Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Well, you can hear those birds chirping in the background. Yeah, I guess something happens over there in Jerusalem. That's where they have the live feed. I guess we'll send it on, put it on the screen for a moment. But how's everybody doing? Guess the dog, well, there's Clancy. They're so weird, Clancy and Benny. It's the weirdest little relationship ever. Like Benny will just sort of start chewing on a bone and then just sort of intentionally let Clancy get kind of close and then sort of growls and then, it's just like he's just teasing him on purpose. It's just weird. Weird stuff. But yeah, a lot of craziness in that manhunt that's going on out there. I mean, that case, remember the picture we saw earlier, it looked weird, and it looked pixelated, and it was, but his head looked weird. Anyways, and it turns out that he's wearing like a mask in those pictures. It's crazy. So look at that right there. I mean, that's got to be the creepiest thing I've ever seen in a true crime, like a real true crime thing. It looks like one of those masks from Point Break. But you know what I was thinking? I think this might be this mask. Now, I don't need everybody else to go out and go, no, Gray, I think it's this one. I don't care that much. But I think it might be this one. I think it's from that show. Can't remember what it was, but I was looking at this, and it's the only one I found that had like the wrinkles on the forehead like that. But then I was thinking, well, what about the goatee? And then it's like, okay, well, there is one there. See that? There's a goatee there, and then you can see the little portion there where it goes down, and that's what that is, and that's what that is here. And so see how that's what pixelation does. Notice how there's no wrinkles there, but it's the same person. And then this photo is really clear that has the Breaking Bad, right? And then right there, the forehead. So there you go. I don't know if it's the same one or not, but it very well could be, because look at this right here. See how there's that little wrinkle that's all by itself? Look at right there. There's that one by itself. Right there. And then there's even another one right below it. Like that one. And so I don't know. I think that really could actually be the mask that he's using. And look at the crow's feet by his eyes there. See, right there. So I think there's a good chance that that's the mask. Who knows? Right, yeah, it's really creepy. I mean, imagine that being the last person you saw right before you died. This guy is just, goes into their house and shoots them, but then they saw this. I wonder if he knocked on the door and then they opened it. And then once they saw that he had a mask on, they must have just freaked out. What's on the FBI flyer? We're looking at it right here. I mean, just typing in, it's on the FBI flyer. I don't know what that means. Yeah. Well, I just looked up bald-headed silicone masks, and this is the one that matched the most. Thanks, K-Me. That's it? That's all that was worth? No, I'm just kidding. Thanks. Yeah, no, it must have been absolutely horrifying. Yeah, I'm looking at it right here, though. Why do we need to know that it's on the FBI side? I'm looking at it right here. I guess I'm confused at why you're typing that in. Now, what do you mean he didn't have a beard? That's not a beard. This is a full-on mask that goes on his head. You know, there's no none of this that you're seeing here is part of the human being, or if that's what you want to call him. You know, Vance Belter or whatever. Well, I mean, they probably knocked on the door and they let him in. I'm sure they're not. I mean, I don't look at my ring. It's usually, usually do it after the fact, but I guess you could. I know, but why do we need to know that, T. Morrell? I don't need to know that it's on the FBI flyer. We're showing it right here on the screen. I guess that's what I'm asking. I didn't ask anybody, hey, where did this picture come from? Alright, so there you go. That's what he was wearing, and then the car back here, that's the police car that he was driving around. His little Ford, whatever the hell you call it. 2015 Ford, what was it again? But I think the fact that this is a Walter White mask is pretty well known at this time. Walter White? I don't know. Mike Weber? I'm just telling you what I think it is. You can pretend that you know more, about it than any rest of us. I have no idea. I don't know who Walter... Is Walter White the guy that's in Breaking Bad? Yeah, Explorer, yeah. 2015 Ford Explorer, right. That's the type of vehicle that he owned, and that's the type of vehicle that was on the trailer pulling it away. WSU Shanny got a membership. Right. You said, but I think the fact this is a Walter White mask is pretty well known at this time. I don't know what you're talking about, Mike. I'm just showing you what I found. Okay, I'm glad that you and your little secret cabal of investigators already knew that that's what this mask was. I didn't. Right? I just looked up and found a mask that I looked like matched the one that was on the internet, Let's see. I don't know if his wife's involved. No idea. Yeah, I just don't understand your comment. Like, we already knew that, Gray. We already knew that. Oh yes. What's interesting, Steph? Yeah, could there ever be just a show that's just normal people in here? It's just wild. And let's see, the guy that played Walter White is a... is he? Oh, well. Maybe that's why he's wearing it, because... I don't know. No, it's not. It's not called a conversation that's like... Hey, that's on the... Hey, great, it's on the FBI... I know, I'm looking at it right here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's do something that's a useful information. Let's see. Oh, you're normal? Okay. Let's see. I think it's pretty well known at this point. That's Walter White Mask. Yes, in the depths of the investigators on social media, we've all got it all figured out, Gray. You're a step behind yet again. All right, let's see what some of these. This thing here is pretty interesting. Leaked Homeland Security memo warned of attacks eerily similar to Minnesota political assassin. Let's see what it says. A leaked confidential memo from 2024 reportedly detailed that wannabe attackers against high-level government officials are focusing attention on their targets, residences. Okay, let's see. It's just a conversation. Okay, yeah, so if anybody wants to go see the same picture that I have on the screen right here, head out to the FBI website and look at the same picture. Okay, so this picture right here, I just want to let you guys know, if you go out to the FBI website, you can see the same picture. A leaked confidential memo from 2024 reportedly detailed that wannabe attackers against high-level government officials are focusing attention on their targets, residences, eerily resembling the attempted assassination attempt in Minnesota. The resurfaced report comes as State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark were shot and killed in their home on Saturday morning. Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette were also shot and underwent surgery. Walls told reporters that doctors were cautiously optimistic that the couple would survive the assassination attempt. All right, the shocking event may seem unpredictable, but a confidential memo obtained by ABC News in March of 2024 detailed a recent uptick in personal residences targeted by public officials. Uptick in personal residences. Okay. Yeah, definitely. Now, the memo said that the attacks on homes left public servants and their families vulnerable to attack. The attackers referenced in the memo have moved from targeting public spaces and known buildings to home addresses, which often lack security measures. The Federal Intelligence Bulletin cited increased online messaging promoting attacks on homes as the reason for the recent uptick in planned attacks. Recent attacks at private residences have occurred during a period of overall increased political polarization, target hardening of more traditional attack locations, and the prevalence of conspiracy theories targeting industry and government officials, the memo stated. Yeah, I mean, if you listen to Tim Walz all day, you would think everything's a conspiracy. It's like the craziest thing you've ever heard in your life. Yeah, so she was killed. This guy is still alive, but Hortman's husband has passed away too. I don't know if anybody watched. Did anybody watch the parade or the military parade tonight? That was pretty amazing. If you listen to CNN and MSNBC prior, you would have thought it was just going to be this huge thing where, it's his birthday, so he's going to show missiles and try to look cool, and it had nothing to do with that at all. What an embarrassment for those news outlets. All it was a thank you and an educational thing about the military and the evolution over the years for the last 250 years. And just so happens that it started on his Trump's birthday, and they barely even mentioned his birthday, just barely right at the end. All right? And so for all those news outlets out there that sat there and made it seem like he was trying to be like Kim Jong-un and all this guys, you guys are losers. I mean, you guys. And not only that, you kept people from watching it, and they went out and protested, and it was actually a really amazing event where there's probably a lot of people that are going to, you know, maybe sign up for the military, and the expense that it cost was totally worth it, because it was really just a promotional event for our military and a thank you. That's it. I mean, it was just, it's so funny how they tried to twist it into some crappy self-aggrandizing event, and it had nothing to do with that at all, and they must have been ashamed of themselves for saying that later and tried to spin it in some other way. It's sick. Okay? It was a great event. And look, you know, 20 people just left after I said that. And why isn't it sick that people just don't get it? God, crazy. You guys, it should be a shameful day for the media tomorrow, where they go, you know, we totally had that wrong, you guys. Yet again, we were wrong yet again. Yeah, it was the 250th anniversary, exactly. I mean, it's amazing that it happened to be his birthday. And by the way, it was J.D. Vance and his wife's anniversary as well. That's the day they got married. He probably did it because of that. Yeah. Anyways, I watched that today. Listened to it. I went on a walk and listened to it. And I thought that was cool. But by the way, is there a chance you guys can help support the channel tonight? We're at $2 and we have 1 channel membership. And we did absolutely horrendously during the 3 hours earlier today that I did a show. And I'm trying to see if we can make the goal again tonight. Shouldn't be too hard if we combine the earlier show into the night show. So is there a way that you guys can help support the channel? That would be awesome. Jesus, if I could just get... I don't seem to be able to break 200 people, you guys. I can't do it. I try my best. I even put it out there everywhere, and it's just, I think my channel is in a different algorithm, and it doesn't recommend it for stuff unrelated to stuff I've already covered. I mean, it's just really difficult. All right. Anyways, the bulletin added that increased security measures in public spaces and government buildings have potentially driven attackers to prioritize private residences. The memo also stated, while targeting private residences is not a new tactic, 7 of 10 known attacks or disrupted plots against high-profile officials since 2018 occurred in the last 2 years. Analysis of the Department of Homeland Security also noted that the attackers are motivated by ideological and personal grievances. In October 2022, a man named David DePape broke into former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi's home. DePape invaded Pelosi's home with a hammer and attacked her husband, Paul, while repeatedly asking for the former Speaker. Now in 2025, the threat has become even more real as several officials investigate the shocking assassination in Minnesota. I guess that's a no. The information noted in the leaked memo last year foreshadowed the disturbing events that transpired on Saturday morning. As the Federal Intelligence Bulletin warned, the personal residences of Hortman and Hoffman presented an opportunity for the attacker to invade with fewer obstacles than government building or public event. The first shooting occurred just after 2 a.m. a Hoffman's home before the attacker arrived at Hortman's residence at 4 a.m. Law enforcement named Vance Bolter, 57, as the suspect, who remains at large after the vicious attack. Hey, thanks, VW. Belter is an employee at a security company where he works as the director of security patrols. But apparently, it's just something he was starting up. It wasn't even anything going on with that company. I mean, it wasn't even real. So I'm not sure where they come up with this. Investigators believe Belter has attempted to flee the state as a nail-biting manhunt ensued. Now, law enforcement also found a manifesto with almost 70 names inside his vehicle, along with flyers for the anti-Trump No Kings nationwide rallies. But he's killing Democrats, so I was thinking the No Kings flyers were for sort of as a decoy or like a ruse where he's like this guy passing out flyers to make it look like he's one of them, but then he turns and kills them. You know, something like that. Police have issued new terrifying images of the suspect in a Halloween-style mask during the shootings that you can see on the FBI website. I'm going to bug T-Moral the whole rest of the night. T-Moral 3, I'm going to bug you the whole night. Let's see. A spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security didn't respond to a request for comment on the leaked memo, but referred to a statement from Secretary Kristi Noem. DHS is monitoring the horrific shooting of 2 Minnesota legislators in Brooklyn Park and Champlain, the statement read. Hey, okay, you're okay with it. All right, here we go. I mean, isn't that just creepy? Jesus. I'd love to see the video of this. Why don't they put that out there? I mean, why don't they do that, by the way? You can get more information on a video than a still frame. Well, it's just it's a mask that has wrinkles on it. But yeah, that's what I think. I think it's this one. I was just noticing a couple other things, like right up here. Like I mean, since I started the show, that one individual wrinkle is right there. And then there's that one little one in there. And then all the rest seem to line up too. And then even the crow's feet right there. So, I don't know. Could be him. That's what I came up with. Although, according to Mike, everybody's already known that. Alright. Let's see.
If you see those flyers in the social media posts on your screen there. Now, despite the strong warning, demonstrations still moved forward, including one at the state capitol.
I think it's incredibly sad, and I think it's also the best reason why we should.
No, I'm not going to, Juju Bean, because I don't even know if I believe it. Anytime somebody doesn't release the whole surveillance footage, and when I listened to the audio on that, it didn't sound like anything that was said. You know, I'm getting a little bit disillusioned. I even emailed him and said, "Hey, can I see?" No response. All right. So I don't know anything about that. We don't even know if that's really the Uber driver. And it's audio that you can't make out what they're saying. You can listen to it 100 times. You can't tell what it's saying. But if somebody tells you what it's saying, you suddenly hear different things. And I don't buy into it yet. Okay? So you can buy into it, Juju, if you want to. I just think, to me, it's we have a few people on the Koberger Did It side that do the same sort of tactics. It's actually, it's not Uber. It's the DoorDash. Okay, it's not Uber Eats, but they use the same tactics that the pro burgers do. They're just sort of loosely interpreting something to cause interest, and I don't do that. So if I saw something, I mean, the part that was interesting is she did say that she is going to testify in the Koberger case, but none of the other stuff that was claimed to be in there you could hear at all. And there you go. Yeah, so I listened to it, watched it, couldn't tell what the hell was said, and after that it's like, yeah, forget it. Yeah, it said DoorDash. I said that.
Should all be out here today.
We got to make our voices heard. There's enough of us.
Jesus, what the hell? Yeah, it's just one of those things. They made another video recently where they're claiming the white Elantra is there during Kaylee's. Anything's possible, but man, you really couldn't tell at all. And at that point, it's like you're doing the same thing you're doing the exact same thing that the pro burger clowns do all the time. Yeah, I listened to it 5 times. Audio turned up, nothing. Yeah. That's right, T-Moral 3! America. Man, have you guys ever... This is crazy, the amount of stuff going on right now. I mean, it's just wild, right? Okay, so we've got that other manhunt for the guy that killed his 3 kids. Now we got a manhunt for this guy. We've got protests going on, violent protests all around the country. And then we've got a war in Israel versus Iran. I mean, what else could go on? I mean, this is just ridiculous. Hey, thanks, MKM. Hey, Cindy, why do you always have to go look something up? Just let it be, okay? Yeah. If I thought it was really interesting, I'd let you know. Thanks, MKM. I never knew. What? Yeah, it says, I don't know who the... Yeah, they have a name that they gave out for the woman, and we don't even know if it's the same name or any... It's just, it was really shadily presented. Like, why not show the entire video or put it out there and let people decide on their own instead just one little clip and just kind of really shitty audio and... Okay, well, then go look it up. We don't need to know that you can't find it. All right? But I'm not going to tell you where to find it. Let's see. I'm sure whoever the DoorDash driver has been questioned. Yeah. She seemed like somebody, like a meth user, the way she was acting. I don't know. All right, let's see. So right here it says Belter was appointed by Governor Mark Dayton in 2016, then reappointed by Governor Tim Walz in 2019 as a private sector representative to the Governor's Workforce Deployment Council. With the term expiring in 2023, the Governor's office appoints thousands of people from all parties to these boards and commissions. The Workforce Development Council has about 60 people on it. They are unpaid external boards that the Minnesota legislature creates. They are not appointments to a position in the governor's cabinet. Nobody thought that. Belter has extensive experience in security operations. His current employment includes being the director of security patrols at Praetorian Guard Security Services, a security company based in the Twin Cities metro. The company provides a variety of armed home security services, including residential security patrols, uniformed armed security, and even security services. And maybe that would give him access, but I was listening to another report earlier today, and it sounded like he doesn't really have that. Yeah, when it is from specific people, Eagle Stars, yes. Yeah. They always kind of intrude on the show's flow with their questions. So yes. And nobody asked you. Let's see. Yeah, so apparently this company doesn't really exist. It's just sort of a concept. He also worked at the largest U.S. oil refining company, the world's largest food company headquartered in Switzerland, and the world's largest convenient retailer based in Japan. Is this stuff that he claims, or? Belter, longtime friend and roommate, told Fox 9 he was having some financial stress and how much his friendship meant to him. He extended the roommate Saturday morning. He texted the roommate Saturday morning saying he thinks he'd be dead soon after making some bad decisions. Jeez. Huh. So did he sent it to him after he did that? Belter's longtime friend and roommate told Fox 9 he was having some financial stress. So Belter was, and how much his friendship meant to him. He texted the roommate Saturday morning saying he thinks he'd be dead soon after making some bad decisions. Bad decisions? Jesus. Huh. Yeah, it's 5 children, his roommate said. Green Isle search. What's this?
So earlier today, officers from numerous law enforcement agencies conducted a search at the Vance Belter residence, looking for Vance in connection with the shootings in the metro area this morning. We did not find him at the scene. The search is continuing for other evidence, but like I said, Vance
isn't that amazing,
at the
Danny?
scene.
They try to cut in sometimes, but
Yep.
Can you tell us,
Take a couple
was
quick
there
questions.
anyone else at the scene?
There was nobody at
Not
the
all
scene.
the time,
There was
Cindy.
nobody at the residence.
you do it a lot.
Nobody.
Ed, what is the scope of this search?
You wanted
then,
somebody to
from-
tell you where
for
to
the
find it.
investigation.
I guess I'm not going to comment on that question at this time.
Okay. Can you say who all is involved in that?
Numerous agencies from the metro area, and as you can see, the vehicles that were here today from numerous sheriff's offices and SWAT teams that were here today helping us.
Okay.
Can you see how big of an area you guys were searching? Was it limited to just the house, or?
It was a farm site. I don't know if it was a couple of acres, just a building site.
Who are you talking
Farm
to,
site.
Mike?
And can you
I already,
say if
I
there
already
was
went
evidence
over the whole
recovered?
thing about
I
the
don't
mask.
know that.
It-
The search for that is continuing. The search for people in the residence, there's nobody at the residence.
Okay. But in terms of the search for evidence, that continues?
That continues.
Any expectation for how long that could go on?
No.
Yeah, it's just a
Okay.
YouTube
Do you
theory.
still have deputies?
I mean, there's a real
blocking off the
person that
entrance
really
to the
says
house?
that she's going to
Yes,
testify.
The house will not be accessible to the public in the near future, the immediate future. The roads in the area will be opened up here shortly so that people can once again drive through the roads.
Okay. Have you had any previous contacts or interactions with Mr. Belter?
There's been a couple of contacts over the years. I believe one was for a traffic stop. They were very minor in nature, and there was just a couple.
Okay.
Do you know of him since you're the sheriff? I'm not sure if you.
I do not
who
know.
was Montan. Okay.
Were you able to confirm how long he's lived?
Oh,
at this
jeez,
house?
Elena.
I don't know that.
God, you're a troll, aren't you, Elena?
Is there anything
We intentionally didn't want to bring that up, but you have to do it
found that could kind of
every single time.
said or what a person might have had?
I don't have any information along those lines.
God dang it.
Do you know how many, like, I guess, sort of like, I don't know if you said how many people were involved in the search. We saw a couple armored trucks, Bearcat.
I would say that there were 75 plus people involved with the search here.
And you did not know him personally?
No.
Okay.
She did it on purpose, Jessica.
How long since Lester in his home?
No doubt.
I don't know that. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, let's see.
We just don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, there's this place over here where they had a SWAT activity today, and apparently there was some other home here that they were looking at. And I wasn't really sure exactly. It seemed like it was right around this area here. But it just, I couldn't really tell what they were talking about. It was kind of a little difficult. It sort of seemed like it was that house right here. Even. So when you look at that number there, and let's see. Let me see if I... Yeah, this one right here. See, I don't know. See, that says like, what does that say? 4856 or something like that? It's not, I don't think it's that house. It doesn't, a lot of stuff doesn't work. You know, but it's got the 48 in the front of the house, and that would be right there. So it's not it, but it seems like it would have been right around here somewhere. You know? Was it this direction? Let's see, maybe we can just go up the snow here. Oh, let's see. So that's 37. Maybe it's... Yeah. I don't know. I don't really want to spend a lot of time looking for this because I'm not even sure exactly what it was. So here's another Daily Mail. But anyways, is there any chance we can get some the support for the channel currently? We're at 1/10 of a goal. So if you guys have the ability to support the channel, we got one channel member at 1/10 of the goal. Not even that. And we got one coffee for just, I mean, it's a regular coffee. Alright, so there you go. Yeah, looked like 4836 to me, but don't know where it was, what street, anything like that.
Today we are asking 57-year-old white male.
A former appointee of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is being sought by police in connection with the fatal shooting of a state lawmaker. Police are searching for Vance Luther Belter, 57, who was appointed by Walz in 2019 to serve a 4-year stint on the governor's Workforce Deployment Board, sources told the New York Post. It comes after a shooter entered the Champlin residence of Senator John Hoffman and his wife Saturday, shooting both and leaving them critically injured. They then proceeded to the home of former Democratic House Speaker Melissa Hortman, where she and her husband were fatally shot. Local police, sheriff, deputies, and the FBI have launched an extensive manhunt with SWAT teams seen moving through the sleepy Minnesota neighborhood where the shootings took place. Hey, thanks, Anne Marie Morgan. Very kind, very kind. During a Saturday morning press conference, officials said they are investigating the possibility of multiple shooters However, no one is in custody. Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Bruley said the suspect's vehicle contained a manifesto, a list of targets including both lawmakers and signs for an anti-Trump No Kings rally set to be held on Saturday. The first shooting occurred after 2 a.m. at Hoffman's home in Chaplin, about 28 miles from Minneapolis. Late on Saturday afternoon, officials admitted Belter had slipped through the net as they widened their search efforts and released new images of the suspect allegedly wearing a Halloween-style mask during the shooting. The second attack took place at around 4 a.m. at Hortman's Brooklyn Park residence 8 miles south. Yeah, so these are, it's right here. This is where Hoffman lived, and that's actually where that Ring doorbell footage is from, as we found out on the earlier show. You're looking at that right there, and when you take a look at the Ring footage, it looks like this. See, there's like this wall right here, and see the bricks there, so it's just like they're fake bricks or something, but I mean, it's like that's right here, and then see the white part of the door. So we have a couple different shots, like this one right here. See, now this one's even better. See how the door open and the handle of the door is exactly the same as that handle right there. And also you can see this little sidewalk out here, and that's exactly what you see right there. So this is where that image was taken, at the Hoffman's residence. So those are the two that were shot first and lived, and then later he killed 2 people. Hey, thanks, Christy B. Yeah, I mean, you probably just, let him in. And then also, I found on Ben Verified on the previous show that he owns a, man, I'm not sure why I can't ever remember, the 2015 Ford, is that right here? Oh yeah, Explorer. So this is on his Ben Verified. Ford Explorer 2015. The vehicle being towed looks exactly like that. And in fact, when you look up the 2015 Ford Explorer and you type it in, it literally shows up with police vehicles. Like there's one right there. And then if you say side shot and you look at it, like maybe that one, and look at that. I mean, that's exactly the same. I don't know if we can move this over to the side. See that? Right there. So he owns a 2015 Ford Explorer. Is that this one that he had modified, or is that one? I mean, what's interesting is this appears to be a 2015 Ford Explorer. Not a different year or anything like that. It literally matches this one. And so you would think if they're starting a company, would they just go back and buy 2015 Ford Explorers, or would they be buying different ones? I mean, maybe they all look the same. Let me see what a 2020. Yeah, that's too wide. See, that's totally different looking. Everything's different. And it goes back way farther, and has a different window in the back, and has a fin on the top. I bet 2016 doesn't look too far off, but look at right there. See, there's one that's even a police vehicle. So obviously they're used for that reason, and maybe he got his changed to look like one. Well, I think he thought he was going to get away with it. He was going to wear the mask, have a vehicle to look like a cop car, and then maybe he was going to take it home in his garage, remove all the elements that make it look like a cop car, and then just be driving around again. Instead, the only reason, I guess they got his name because the car was registered to him. That's the only thing I can think of. How else would they know? You know, so the car must be registered to him. He owns a 2015 Ford Explorer. And maybe it led right back to him. However, he meant to take it. He was just going to kill them, get in his car, and drive away. And I got to tell you, I mean, if that officer didn't have that gut feeling to go check, I don't know what they would be doing in this case. I don't even know if they'd have a suspect at this point. That's what's so crazy about this. I think once he had to run, he used his phone, and that's when he texted his friend. He never would have texted his friend if he didn't think, oh man, they're going to get me. They're going to get me. Yeah, so this is the last location right here, the Hortman's property. Not sure why I typed it like that. Let me get rid of this. That's not accurate. Yeah, so Melissa Hortman's property right here. So when the police pulled up right there, and let me just explain how this worked. It was really pretty crazy because after this shooting occurred, an officer literally just went, I wonder if somebody's targeting politicians. Let me go check over at Hortman's place. And he drives over there. And I mean, that's just amazingly intuitive. That guy should be a detective quick. Drove right over here. And when he got there, there was that vehicle that we just saw being towed, this one right here. So just picture that. It is right there. And in fact, in this picture, that's the light of the vehicle. His car's on. It's right there. So that car's right there. And, well, that's at the other residence, though, but that's what it would look like. So he's right there. And then the cop pulls up and sees that car, and I think he gets out, and then Vance exits the house and then just starts shooting at the cop. And everybody missed everybody. And then he goes inside the house and apparently locks the door. They said he barricaded himself in, but he probably locked the door. And maybe he did do something like that, where he locked the door, put a couch in there to make it seem like he was still in there. But then he ran right out. He must have exited the back door as quick as possible out here. And then apparently, I think later in the morning, they have these other shots of him walking around. And I think that might be here at this place. I think that's why maybe they got some surveillance at this place here, because it's not far away from there, and there were cops here. Maybe this is a residence where they got some footage. Where's I'm trying to find that one picture of him that has him standing up. Do you know where that one is? T-Moral 3? And by the way, you guys, we appreciate you guys' support. Like Eagle Star Stripes there. We're currently now at 1/5. So thank you. Gray is right. It wasn't for the cop. Yeah, I mean, think about that just for a moment. If that cop didn't go there and spot this whole thing, he would have got back in his car. He would have driven home. And how in the hell would they ever know who this person was? I don't know how they could figure it out. He had a mask on, a car that was disguised, everything. I mean, maybe DNA or something at some point might have led to somewhere, but you know, maybe some of the bullet shells. Thank you, Eagle Stars and Stripes. Fetterman. I need a picture of that one where he's standing up. Come on, you guys. Where is it? See, there's this shot right here. That's from that same day at somewhere. So I think he's already killed and shot everybody, and then he put this hat on. Boelter. Man, you guys' response time is too slow. Again, we're back to the slow chat. Nobody's typing. It's just... Alright, this one right here, I just found it. Thanks for the help. Wow. Yeah, right there. So he's walking around. Let's see if there's anything that looks like that anywhere near here. No, I just found it. It's out there. Yeah, it's not. There's no fence that looks like that right here. I wonder if there's something closer. So if he escaped from right there, then... Yeah, I guess that'd be like a needle in a haystack to find where that shot was just randomly. There he is. I think that's after he's already shot them. Light colored cowboy hat, dark colored long sleeve, collared shirt. Or coat, light pants, dark bag. Dark bag. Oh, he's got a, yeah, that's right. He's got a bag around his shoulder right there. Yeah, well, it took him a long time to catch that. Remember the sheriff that escaped because he was in prison? He escaped, and they found him. Like literally almost exactly where he took off from. I mean, it was crazy, but it was a week or so. This guy, I don't know, he might have more connections out there. I don't know what his motive is. He was definitely, they say he was anti-abortion. Yeah. I mean, he could be a right-winger, or he could be a disgruntled left-winger. Because he was, you know, selected by Walls, but maybe that whatever that selection was had nothing to do with political. It was just like he was a guy in the community. Hey, yeah, why do you be on this board? And don't know. Press conference part that I missed. Yeah, I don't know if, yeah, he may have had a plan B, but I mean, his phone was still working, so I guess he'd have to figure out, like, was he calling somebody? Hey, I need a ride, or, you know, we don't know. That backpack the thing that he's wearing here probably has the gun that he used in it, I would imagine. And why does he have the cowboy hat on? This whole thing just is weird, you know. It's like almost... He's trying to almost create, you know what would be interesting if he's trying to create a problem, you know, try to create this political battle by pretending to be, you know, he's got it's like a cliche cowboy hat, you know, and then, but then he's not really, at that point, he's not claiming he did it in that picture. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I have no clue. Yeah, he didn't look good. He didn't look good. I know he did. He was appointed by Walls. We just said that, but it was just some. It wasn't like we just read through it. It wasn't like what people are saying, Dana. There's a lot of misinformation out there. Like he apparently appointed him to some like business development council, and there's a whole bunch of people in there, and it's not like he didn't work for him. He's not on his cabinet or anything like that. It was just sort of an appointment. You know, so, I mean, he did do it. He did appoint him. So what that means, I don't know. I mean, each political party wants him to be somebody from the other side. And then so that it could be like, see, look at this guy. And he very well could be. But he also could be, you know, he's an anti-abortion people. He had people on his list were abortion providers. He was, every single person it seemed like that they've released was somebody in the Democratic Party. There was apparently 70 names on there. Right, we know that. I've explained all this stuff. He had a no king sign in his car. I think he was going to go kill people at one of the rallies, but he had these signs to, you know, these little things to make him look legit. Walk around and pass them out to people and then start shooting people. Because why would he be doing that? Like, it does, his behavior that day doesn't fit the no king rally, does it? He's shooting Democrats. So why would he go to a no king's rally? You see how that's kind of contradictory to itself. And by the way, at first I was like, oh wow, look at this. What was it? You know, they said that both victims voted for the same. Well, Melissa and John both voted to repeal funding illegal alien medical coverage. That just isn't true. I actually looked up these documents. I mean, not documents, articles on the bill. She voted to repeal it, and he didn't. So John Hoffman did not repeal it. So then why would he, if it was associated with that, why would he kill him when he voted the way he would have wanted him to vote? No, jeez. Yeah, but it wasn't even really started yet, they said, T. Morrill, in an article that I read. God, are you guys really going to talk about this stupid DoorDash thing again, right here? Yeah, he never even said any of those words. She never said any of that. It was like one of those spirit box things. Oh yeah, let's listen if you hear it. Oh yeah. Oh! I was right next to him. I was right next to him. You hear that? Stupid. Still like a little bite. I'm the DoorDash driver. Oh, you hear that? I'm the DoorDash driver. Hear that? It said I'm the DoorDash driver. She did say that. She said she's supposed to testify. I couldn't make out what she said in what case. But then said she was a DoorDash driver. But yeah, I don't hear any of the stuff. Yeah, I've already made videos, by the way. See, what's weird is, who cares? I've already shown in videos that it's incredibly likely that the DoorDash driver and Kohberger passed each other. Okay, I've shown it. But it's like people ignore the actual factual stuff that you can see over some kind of crazy, sensationalistic guess at what somebody's saying on a video. Nobody knows. Alright, guys, we're still struggling along. We're only at 1/5 of the goal, so if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, as we do every single night, I would appreciate it. We're just kind of... I mean, if you're a regular freak in here, you can see it, right? It's... Let's see... Pretend that I am agenda-free TV and my information is really interesting too, okay? I mean, that place looks like a freaking slot machine over there. Something, if you went to Las Vegas, that's what it looks like. It's crazy. Every 2 seconds. Alright, I got this other one over here. Who is this guy? Law enforcement sources have identified 57-year-old Vance Luther Belter as the suspect in the targeted shooting of 2 Minnesota state lawmakers early Saturday morning, according to the Associated Press. CNN confirmed that Belter works for Praetorian Guard Security, where he serves as director of security. Yeah, but it hasn't even... another outlet said it hasn't even started yet. Newsweek has reached out to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis Police Department, Wyatt Matters, Minnesota Democrat State Representative. I'm just going to go down here. Belter has an extensive professional background spanning security, international business, and workforce development. According to Minnesota Africans United, MAU, he holds a doctorate in leadership for the advancement of learning and service from Cardinal Stritch University and has worked for a major corporation including Nestle, Del Monte, and Marathon Speedway. Corporate records obtained by AP show Belter's wife filed to create Praetorian Guard Security Services, LLC, with the same Green Isle mailing address listed for the couple. Look at that. Linda Howell, 66 months. Thank you. She said, please help support the Freak channel if you can afford to. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I try to say it every single night. It's just some nights that just... I don't know what's happening lately, but it's just... we've already given away $250,000 since January of 2020. And I feel like I've got obligations to keep helping other people at the end of the month, and we're not really, you know. I mean, I guess these last 4 days have told me that I really can't cover other cases or anything. I mean, it's just an absolute blatant, obvious, you know, it's such a struggle if you're not covering one of the big cases. You know, if you ever try to, like, this isn't even big for some reason. Nobody wants to be talking about this. It should be. This should be really interesting to people, but it isn't, you know. Notice in the comments, 5 or 6 people interrupted the whole show just to talk about Koberger again. You know, it's wild, you know. It's crazy. Looney Tune type stuff. Hey, thanks American Lady and Linda Howell, as in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. That's right, and you've been a Megazoid, Linda Howell. That's amazing. Missed that part. Thank you. Yeah, it should be really important, this one, but for some reason, it isn't. I mean, look at 214 people watching. They all got to be watching something else. And they're not watching anything on this case. They're watching the protests, the... You know, and I guess it's just whatever anybody wants to watch. I'm just saying my channel's really been suffering. I've lost 100 subs in 4 days when I'd been absolutely gaining subs every single day when I was covering the Koberger case. I've lost 100 just during the, or 120 just during the time I've been covering the other things here. Does that sound like a winning plan? You know, and the sad part is you guys get bored covering the same thing over and over and over again. So then I feel guilty doing that, and then my channel suffers because I'm doing what you want me to do, but that's not what works for the channel or anybody's channel these days. You basically have to cover the same things that people want to talk about. That's why I kind of blew it probably by not doing Karen Reed, you know, that kind of stuff. Wasn't interesting to me, but I should have just pretended I was interested because that's what people wanted to watch. Alright, so there you go. Thanks, American Lady and Linda Howe. I mean, have you guys noticed the absolute struggle on a nightly basis for like 4 or 5 days since we've been doing the Israeli conflict, the, you know, these other things? It's wild. Well, why would the text implicate him? What do you mean? It's okay, Juju Bean. I'm just saying you were one of many people, right? So that means that was on the top of your mind. So the topic we were talking about wasn't interesting. According to Minnesota African United, he holds a doctorate in leadership for the advancement of learning. I mean, that sounds like one of those just stupid, degrees. Yes, I've got a doctorate in international basket weaving, everybody. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think I remember Adelson, but Koberger's the one I'd be doing. And if you really want to have a place where the person knows exactly what is going on and how to show everybody everything, this is the place you want to watch the Koberger trial. Because I've got the 3D models, I've got, you know, a timeline, I've got the whole thing, you know, 360-degree video of right around the crucial area. Hey, thanks, Kendall Lee Woodward Stone. Can't afford often. Social Security maybe, you know. Yeah, well, I don't want. Also, that's one of the things I always say. But hey, it was great that I haven't seen you in a million years. Kendall Lee Woodward Stone. Remember that, everybody? Good to see you again, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't want, if it's affecting your life or something like that, I don't want anybody sending anything. It's just if you're, you know, if you can afford it and like, hey, I like Gray's work, I want him to be able to keep doing the show and that kind of thing. I mean, I can't be like some of the other people who just, you know, stare at the screen for 3 hours, they get no support, and the next day they're doing it again. Yeah, I don't know what that is. To be honest with you, I don't even know what it's just sort of a strange thing. My channel tries to make a big difference out there. You know, we've put over $100,000 into a DNA fund for identifying Jane and John Does. We've put about $17,000 so far into a scholarship fund, given out 5 scholarships already. So, anyways, you know, it's like we're trying to make a difference. I try to make a difference the way I cover cases and at the end of each month. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I already spoke to her, Zozo. Yeah. Let's see. Candlelee Woodwardstone. See, I have recommended your channel to others and heard another YouTube channel say that your work showing the driving. Right. You know, it's weird though, when I put out videos regarding it, they don't, like, I don't know, somehow, it's just sometimes they don't get watched. It's really mind-boggling. You know, it's weird though, sometimes you'll put out a video that you don't think was that good, and it gets way more views than one that was great, like a great video. So those are the ones that I want to pull from YouTube and then just sort of re-upload with a different thumbnail at a different time, and maybe they actually get viewed by people. It's just a thought. I got a second go around. Ah, jeez. Hey, but thank you for doing that, Juju Bean. Yeah, so he used to be on Governor Walz's Workforce Development Board, appointed by Mark Dayton first, then again by Tim Walz. Yeah, thanks, Robin. That's why sometimes I have this inner debate. I don't think so. I typed his name in earlier. I don't think they found him yet. Forgot. What was his first name again? Tyler Decker or something? I don't know if that's right. No, that wasn't it. I can't remember what his first name is. I don't know if his wife interned for Walz. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I don't even know what political, like, what's going on in this case, and I'm not gonna, like, I just, you know, we do this in every case. Oh, this guy must be this party or this party. Yeah, Travis, that's it. There was, let me look at their, see that 3 days ago, 1 day ago, 6 hours. This one just says, new audio of Travis Decker accused, you know, just while he's in court. I really don't care about that. Yeah, there's like no updates on it. If anybody can disappear, that's the guy. It's WALZ, okay? Timothy, but yeah, he does suck. He's like a horrendous person. Fake. Total fake person. Yeah, I tell people, like, if you watch my videos, you will not be confused about I call it the complex in that case. You know, you'll know exactly where everything is in there. It's not confusing. Yeah, so right here it says the governor's office appoints thousands of people of all parties to these boards and commissions. That particular board has 60 people on it. So he was appointed by Walz, but it's, you know, that's one of those ones where it's not like it's a like he's his right-hand man or something, and they talk all the time. He was just appointed to a board that has 60 people on it. They're also unpaid external boards that the legislature creates, not appointments to positions in the government's cabinet. However, a 2019 document shows Walz signed off on Belter's appointment because of the special trust and confidence I have in your integrity, judgment, and ability. Okay, well, that's makes a little more, you know, like, special there. Despite serving under Democratic governors, Belter last registered to vote in 2022 as a Republican, according to the New York Post. The newspaper wrote that in 2019, Belter wrote on LinkedIn urging followers to vote while avoiding choosing a candidate or party. Yeah, he didn't say that in there. I'm very big on just telling people to be a part of the process. Belter texted friends at a Minneapolis residence where he rented a room. The Minnesota Star Tribune reported saying, David and Ron, I love you guys. I made some choices, and you guys don't know anything about this. Why would he put that phrase in there? But I'm going to be gone for a while. Maybe dead shortly, so I just want to let you know I love you guys. See, that sentence there is concerning. If I was law enforcement and you read this part where it says, I've made this part right here, and you guys don't know anything about this, why is he putting that in there? Like, are you really thinking, well, I got to put something in there to clear my friends, right? I mean, but that is interesting that you would put that sentence in there, right? What's going on? What's happening? Hey, Mary. Why would you, in the middle of the sentence, why not just say, I made some choices, and I'm going to be gone for a while. Instead, you guys don't know anything about this. Well, we didn't ask you if they knew anything about it. Why'd you put that in there? Thanks, Timothy Cecil. There you go. That's it. That's the one. There you go. According to the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, Belter stands 6'1", weighs roughly 220 pounds, and has brown hair and brown eyes. He was last seen Saturday morning in Minneapolis wearing a light-colored cowboy hat, dark long-sleeve shirt, light pants, and carrying a dark bag. And that's in this one right here. See that? Got a dark bag slung over his shoulder. There's the cowboy hat. And it's light outside. See that? So that means it's after he shot those individuals. It's kind of interesting to see that, right? So how did he have... where, you know... So here's something you got to look at. He didn't look like that at the door. And he didn't get back to his car after the second one. And he was wearing the same clothing that he was wearing at the door. So how was he able to get somewhere to get this clothing? You know, it makes you wonder, did he get into somebody else's house? And, you know, I wouldn't be shocked at all if he killed somebody else and, you know, took their clothing and just put it on and it fit. Like somebody, you know, 6'1" is sort of an average E, you know, like 5'9" to 6'1". It's not like he's incredibly tall or something. And maybe that's not even his cowboy hat. Where would this have been? I mean, just think about that for a second. I mean, let's work through that mentally. Like, so he was over here at Hoffman wearing the same clothing, you know, the police outfit. And then he goes over here to Melissa Hortman's house with the same police outfit on. And then he goes, because the cop that showed up saw him wearing this outfit. Then he goes back in. I mean, I guess it's possible that he took the husband's clothing quickly and ran out the house with it, including a cowboy hat. You know, it would be interesting. What was the husband's name? Wouldn't it be interesting to go out on Facebook, find the husband, and see if he ever had a cowboy hat in one of his Facebook pictures? Because usually when you have a cowboy hat, you take pictures with it. How about that, Zozo? Can you find that? His Facebook page? Hortman? Melissa Hortman? Because that's the only option. Well, that's the most obvious option for him to have clothing. See, because he's wearing the cop outfit, and then he runs back into the house, barricades it, and then he disappears from the house. And then the next thing you know, he's wearing this, which looks nothing like that. I mean, nothing like that. So all of this stuff is in a bag. You know, like the flashlight, the gun, this whole thing, all of that's in a bag. So how did he go from that to that? That's pretty wild. So it could be that, but by the way, like, is this a bag or a vest? Like, what is this right here? Where did this come from, I guess? Was that also in the house? And he took that and everything? But he still had his cell phone with him. I mean, where did he get the shoulder-slung bag? When he was at the door going in, he obviously didn't have that. Maybe no reason to have that. He expected to be able to get back out to his car and drive away. And it's 4 in the morning, so there isn't a huge police presence out there. Yeah, and you guys are really chatting up a storm. It's really exciting. Alright, guys, if you're out there, if you could please help support the channel. We're currently just absolutely slogging along again. We're only at a third not even a third of the goal. We're at like, I don't even know what the number is. Thanks, this account. Yeah, it's that's somebody else. So they're right here, I think. I wonder if his wife would have. That's her. I mean, I could see his coat fitting Vance. Hey, thanks so much, Ron Hendricks. Very nice. Gifted 5 memberships. Yeeper, Happy Tappy, Gadget Inspector, Red Rum, Drock, and Mandy Girl. Thank you. How come that didn't show up on the screen? Hold on. It's going to go dark for a second. So if I click on that. Oh, weird. It's not showing up, interestingly. Let me try it again. I am here. I just have to. I'm trying to get. There's a chat overlay that normally works. Let's see. Let me try this one. No, that's wild. No, it doesn't work. Haven't had that in a long time. No reason for it not to be working, but it doesn't show up on the screen. I was thinking maybe Melissa had a picture. I guess we'll just... Who knows where the cowboy hat came from? But how did he get it to be seen walking around? I guess that's sort of the key. You're right back having technical issues. Yep. Someone in chat earlier said supposedly he had another Ford Explorer. I did see that. Well, I saw the Ford Explorer at the when the helicopter was flying around. I actually have the helicopter footage. Maybe we can take a look at that. I wouldn't call it a... I don't know if it was a rental. Is that the one that they were looking at today with the cops? I mean, I saw the vehicle. I thought it looked kind of like the same type of vehicle and everything. It almost looked exactly like this, but without the stuff on it. Now it's in here. See? And look at these, all these vehicles have the same, that's the same thing. 2015 Ford Explorer. Yeah, I thought I saw one at this. Okay, you just saw a comment. Okay. Right. Yeah, I thought I saw a vehicle at this house. I thought it was this house anyways. Might have been a different one. Thought I just heard one of the dogs making a sound. I'm gonna go check. Or was that in here? Hold on. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know where I saw that vehicle earlier. I thought it was in this helicopter. Oh, right back there, maybe. Maybe that's what I was looking at, that vehicle right there. But that's not his house. So, I guess that wouldn't be his. Oh yeah, let me check the, maybe I can just look at the camera. Oh, there they are. Yeah, so they were looking at, I mean, this is just going back and forth forever, but these big SWAT type vehicles pulled in. And where this is right here. No, not that one. Right there. I think. Is that the one? No, that's not the one either. Jesus. Where the heck is the one? Alright, way down here it is. Yeah, so it's just like that. So there's this other house over here. And maybe that's connected to this. You know, maybe that isn't somebody else's home and that's just part of this property. And maybe that is his vehicle, and then that vehicle, if that is his, would be right there. So maybe that's just a big garage, and that's the, that kind of looks like that could be a Ford Explorer, doesn't it? Over there. It doesn't have all the police gear on it and everything. Thanks, Ron Hendricks. Hey, at least there's a few people out there that like what I do. Well, I don't know what you're supposed to do with this, just stare at it all day. Anyways, there's a vehicle right there. See, that's the one I was looking at. I don't know what that is. That could be his vehicle. And maybe he owns a bunch of Ford Explorers. That could be it right there. But the one what's amazing is he owns a 2015 Ford Explorer. The vehicle that was on the tow truck, flatbed or whatever, looked exactly like a 2015 Ford Explorer, and they're used to what's funny, this account, I don't get it. So he owns a vehicle that is the same exact make and model as the police vehicle that he was driving that led back to him. That's why it seems more likely that the 2015, right here, this is from Ben Verified, it said Ford Explorer 2015, right there. Vance Belter. Alright, so the vehicle on the flatbed right here looks exactly like a 2015 Ford Explorer. And so since they identified him by the vehicle, obviously, right? I mean, there's no way you could have identified him with the clothing and the mask on and everything like that. And they wouldn't have known who he was, even if they survived. So this right here is how they identified him. So if this vehicle led back to him, that means he owns this vehicle. And then I would think that that would be the black 2015 Explorer, right? Doesn't that make the most sense than to say that there's another one on the property and this is a different black Ford Focus that he also owns. It's 2015. I mean, it could be any of them, but that's just what I'm going to go with. That this is the vehicle that he owns, that he had modified, and he used the company that his wife created. He likely used that as cover to modify the vehicle himself. So like he took his own vehicle, he goes, why don't we just use this one, and modified it with all the lights and the bells and whistles and everything, and then it seemed legit, and then he used that vehicle in this attack. What do you think of that theory? And his wife likely, probably didn't even know what the hell he was doing. Oh, that's a great idea, honey. Yeah, just how do you? We just said that, Joseph. I would say they almost certainly identified him through the vehicle, because he never made it. He didn't expect that he wasn't going to get back to his vehicle. I think that's why he texted his friends and said, hey, you guys knew nothing about this. I did some bad things. I might not ever see you again. Because now he knows that he's going to be identified through his vehicle, that he's not driving it away. If that cop not shown up, saw the video, him coming out and engaging in a gunfire, and this Vance guy just got back in his car and drove away without a cop ever seeing him, this case, I don't know how it would ever be solved unless there's DNA on a shell casing or something like that. Because he had a mask on, he had a vehicle that was disguised. I imagine he would have driven this home, removed the ram bar in the front, whatever you call that, the light on the top, the decals, and then it would have just looked just like a regular vehicle, and it might not even have been known what type of vehicle. There would have been surveillance footage showing a vehicle looking like that. I guess it's possible they could have tracked it as really far, and maybe somehow led back to a place, and who knows. But I'm sure he did not have. Well, I'll tell you what's interesting is if he was texting his friends, he must have had his cell phone somewhere. Likely had it turned off. A little bit like Koberger. All right, guys, we're currently at 40% of the goal, so if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, that would be awesome. I'd like to not have to always, say, hey, and mention it, but it just sort of seems like that's where I'm relegated to. So if you guys have the ability to support the channel, I would appreciate it. The channel relies on you guys, and that's what allows us to do all the great stuff at the end of the month. Last month, I think there was like 6,000 or 60-something hundred in super chats, and I donated $5,000. So almost the entire amount of super chats went to true crime-related charities, etc. I don't think so. Yeah, well, he could have. Yeah, like if he didn't get caught, he would have done whatever. But whenever he was done doing what he was doing, there's almost no way you could identify him. If he wore gloves, he picked up his shell casings, all that stuff, man, it would have been absolutely almost impossible. But because he wasn't able to get back to his car, he knows that the vehicle itself will lead back to him. I guess, like in Koberger's case, they didn't find, all it is a piece of circumstantial evidence. The white Elantra driving around, which is verified by the DNA on the button of the knife sheath. In this case, you would have, I don't know if it would ever lead back to somebody though, because there would be no, unless there's DNA on a shell casing that he left behind, you wouldn't know. Hey, turn up your phone.
We are all Richard Allen!
Hey, play that to your kid.
We are all Richard Allen! We are all Richard Allen! We are all Richard Allen! We are all Richard Allen!
I'm going to play this until I get the super chat goals up.
We are all Richard Allen! We are all Richard Allen! We are all Richard Allen!
Just kidding. There you go. There you go. Yeah, Misty Beavers, kind of, you know. That one was creepy, just walking around in that center for a while with the police outfit on, and look, I thought that was a female when I look at that one. Yeah, that's crazy though. I think he would have. I don't even know if there'd be even a name, or it'd be probably a bigger, more intriguing story for the masses if he had just made it back out to his car and drove away. I wonder what he would have done though if like another cop drove by and saw him, and I mean, what were his tags like, his plates? Wouldn't they have looked and went, wait, well, who is this guy? But apparently it was so early in the morning, he probably, somebody else mentioned somewhere that he probably knew that there wasn't a lot of people around, cops driving. I'll tell you what we need though, you guys, is 10 channel memberships. And then if I combine the other 3 hours that I did this morning with tonight's show, I'll barely reach the goal, which is sad as hell. That means I'd have to be doing about 6 hours worth of shows just to try to reach a goal. If you guys do 10 channel memberships, then I'll yeah, I guess it can't be 10. What would it have to be? 3, 5, 11. If you guys do 11 channel memberships, I'll do 5 myself. Okay? That's it. Can you guys do that as a group? As a picture of him in the cowboy hat, and yeah, we've seen it. Oh, the New York Post. Well, send me a link on my on. You saying it's a different picture than that one? Yeah, send me a picture. But see if you guys can get to 11 channel memberships. You talking about this thing right here? This, that looks like the same one. Don't get started all at once, you guys.
Yesterday, picture painted of it, but there's a lot of great things that are happening in the DRC that people need to know about.
I remember when I met Jesus like it was yesterday.
Et je me rappelle de quand j'avais rencontré Jésus-Christ, le frère Macleod. Et comme chacun.
Oh, that thing right there. Cowboy hat with a blue. So that was the shirt he had on when he was the cop, right there. Maybe it's down further. I don't know. All right, guys. If you guys do 11 channel memberships, I'll donate 5. Then at least we'll try to reach the goal tonight. Thank you. Yeah, I see it in the video. I don't see the Now it looks like maybe he has that on underneath that. That's a long sleeve. He's got gloves on. I mean, look at this guy. Gloves, a full face mask. I mean, there's no way you'd be able to tell who this was. Well, he's a pastor, too, this guy. It's weird. Thanks, Marine, on the PayPal. Yeah, we only got one coffee tonight. Oh no, we got Susie Clue earlier too. But man, you guys, what's happening? Just we're partnering with 400 farmers who are ready to go farming. We're doing a fishing project that works with like 500 fishermen. He claimed to have a business ventures in fishing, farming. He seems, he seems like just sort of like a Greeno type, just kind of, just sort of going around. And I mean, how did he have all these jobs at every one of these great top companies? Is he even real, this guy? Oh, there's this account, thank you. Yeah, maybe I need to practice making my thumbnails look more like these kinds of things. I thought my thumbnail tonight looked pretty good. Doesn't look like there's been any sirens going off at all over in Israel. Just kind of quiet. Yeah, Barraza, that's more like this one than the other one. I don't know how that one's not solved, but it's kind of similar, right? Like he's wearing a completely different outfit, and then but the vehicle seems like, wow, there's the vehicle. I mean, can't you? I don't know. Still need 11 channel memberships, guys. Yeah, I've got great videos on Barraza. I mean, just like really clear audio, different shots, and pretty bizarre. I think mine are the best that there are out there. Real Housewives executive tragically dies giving birth to newborn son. That sucks. Well, there's a lot of violence in today's protests that I saw out there. But Gray, it's mostly peaceful. Gee. Okay. I thought it was all peaceful, And, I gotta tell you, I always feel like I'm ahead of, I don't know what it is, but like I say things and then it shows up. And that's like the real information. Like when I first started noticing a while ago, not just this thing, but when you see these American flag, I mean, not, American flags, some people have, but when you see people in the protests that have Mexican flags, you have to ask yourself a question. You say, wow, so let's see, let me get this straight. You want to stay in this country, but you left a country that treated you so poorly that you came over here to make a living. And now you want to stay here, and then you're waving the American flag. Does that make sense to anybody at all? And the answer is no. Hey, thanks, Ron Hendricks. Thanks for helping get things going tonight. So we just need 6 more, you guys. 6 more. Yeah, it's a woman. I mean, it's a guy wearing a woman's outfit. We've said that 1,000 times. Yeah. I think my chat just froze and went away. Who's gonna get the other 6? Raza in comparison also. Oh, I see. You thought that as soon as you saw the mask, you thought of Baraza. You know what I thought of first when I saw that? When I saw the mask. Uh-oh. Is that in here?
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Kfar Rupin. Ma'oz Hayim.
Oh, that's this thing right here. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Right there. Kfar. I think that's a kibbutz, actually. Hostile aircraft intrusion. I think that means a rocket. You know what I thought?
Neve Etan.
Weird. So it's going across like this? Where's that coming from? I thought of Point Break. That's the first thing I thought of. Oh yeah, well it's not a humble brag, I'm telling you the truth. I'm literally telling you that I noticed these things, and then all of a sudden there's people talking about it, you know, that they go, oh yeah, and then all of a sudden it means something when they say it. But I've said there's things that I say over the years, like often, and then they become something later, because I just use common sense, like just sort of really sort of normal, rational things.
Bet She'an.
Bitchin'. Wow, they say bitchin' over there too? Oh, it's...
En Hanativ.
Wow. So, how's it doing that? Comes over here and like this. These are hostile aircraft intrusions.
Tzedei Eliyahu.
Ron Hendricks said this is one of the few channels we're supporting. Gray, I've watched you for several years and you're the best and most entertaining, plus you simplify things. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not sure other people see that.
Rehov. Telltale Mim. Sheluchot. Chavat Eden.
Jesus, what's going on?
Sede Trumot. Rivaya. Rishafim. Shalafim. Mesilot.
Wow.
Sede Nahum. Nir David. Hamadia. Tzvaim Industrial Zone.
Wow. So these are spotted in all these locations?
טירת צבי.
Let me see if I can find the live Tel Aviv. So you have the Jerusalem skyline. So for some reason they're watching. Well, this is different. This is like actual video on the ground in Israel. I'll just keep it like that. See what happens. Is what near me? Now it's a bird in the background in the Jerusalem video. Associated Press. It's just playing on the side. If something major happens, I'd switch it over, but it's not. Yeah, it's going to be a real struggle to get those last 6 memberships, right, guys? Well, what do you guys want to talk about then? We've got the hearing on the 18th coming up for the Koberger case on, what's that? 15th, Wednesday, I think, at 12:30 their time, so I think 11:30 my time. I think I'll make a notification for that. You guys, I hope, you know what I wish is that people, if they were here last night and you got to hear the end of the show, and that was, again, that's one of the things that I say all the time, but it never seems to be validated. But we went through and used, had a conversation with ChatGPT on all the, how Israel started, the different battles, and, how it was a larger country, then for peace they gave back land, etc., etc. And then I got into the questions that I've always told people, that the, Lebanon, Jordan, and Egypt, they all have land that the, quote, Palestinians lived in. But the Palestinians was never a country, it was an area, right? And those countries have never given back any of the land that they got after the partition to help create a Palestinian state. And they don't do it because they don't want them living there. Okay, they literally say that, like, oh no, yeah. And so they don't want them living there. And then you say, well, then why does Israel have to be the only country that seems to be giving part of their country back to, quote, the Palestinians? Yeah, it's really bizarre, and that's the sort of the secret little story that they don't want you ever to know, is that those other countries, the Arab countries around there, do absolutely nothing for the Palestinians at all. Yeah. So, anyways, there you go. And this has nothing to do with the Palestinians, it's against Iran, but it's just, a historical piece of information. Yeah, the court's going to be streaming it. We've known that for a long time. Yep. Well, I don't really have much more to discuss if you guys don't have anything to talk about. I mean, we've already gone over this many times as possible. Apparently, I don't know if he lived here or rented it, but you know, he had a vehicle matching his own vehicle that was geared up to look like a cop car. He, at around 2 in the morning, went over here and shot the Hoffmans. Both survived, but I think maybe you're still in pretty severe condition after surgery. Shot multiple times. Then he goes over to the Hortman's house, Melissa Hortman, who's actually like the highest member of the Democratic Party, I think, in the Senate there. And he goes in there and shoots them up with his vehicle outside wearing the cop outfit. And then a cop car pulls up because they were just curious if somebody was out there targeting politicians. And there's a vehicle. Probably didn't think much of that. Probably thought, oh, that's probably somebody just like me. But it turns out the guy comes out and starts shooting at the cop. And apparently goes in the house, barricades it, and then he goes out the back door, and they haven't caught him yet. He has a manifesto that mentions 70 different people. He's you know, was appointed by Tim Walz to a 60-person council at one point. He seems to, I don't know, I think he's just a radical person. But I think a lot of times the rhetoric, the heated rhetoric that we hear out there causes people that are on the fringe, like they've already got some problems, that they act like this. And that's what all this protesting and stuff does. You guys know that? All this crazy protesting and working people up, making people angry all the time with completely bogus information, makes them feel like that it's, you know, they're calling to go out and do some of these horrendous things. Well, 70 people were on his list. I don't know. They're just people he was thinking about. We don't know if he was working with somebody else. They mentioned maybe, you know. But hey, guys, I'll try one last time. If there's a possibility, we could try to get 6 more channel memberships. That actually only turns out to be $30 total. So with all the people watching, it'd be nice to try to get to that. Okay, now it's just 20 more, you guys. Just $20 more, and we reach the goal where I'll donate 5 memberships. Unfortunately, I'm just trying to keep the lights on, get the goals going. We're way behind this month currently. I'm just hoping to be able to give away the 2,000 at the end of the month to get us to 250,000. What are we at now? We are at no, that's not it. This one right here, 248,000 on the dot. I donated a random number to get to that. So there you go. There's Eminem. Just 20 more to go, and we got it. So what have you guys heard about this out there? Any, this one looks like a clear, like that one looks more, you can kind of, I think you'd see his reflection.
And this is all confirmed information from the governor, from the Commissioner of Public Safety, from the last couple of press conferences that they had earlier. We had some information from sources, but this is all now confirmed. So basically, what they're saying is about 2:30 this morning, and I believe, I don't know if we still have a live camera in Champlain or not, but about 2:30 this morning, they were called to the home of Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette. That was about 2:30 this morning, and they found them both shot, and they were able to get them to the hospital. That is a live pick now. Yep, that is the right location. That is the street where Senator Hoffman lives with his wife, and this is on a street called 109th Place North in Champlin. They were called there. Again, they were able to get them to the hospital, get them into the surgery. They have survived that surgery, but as you can imagine, from there, when you have a high-ranking person, a lawmaker, a chief of the Human Services in the state. I mean, someone who is kind of, as you referred to, Amy, kind of a VIP. Word quickly goes out to law enforcement far and wide of the situation, and from there, Brooklyn Park Police started to assist.
Here, I want to listen to that whole thing. Thank you. All right, so then I'm gonna. Let's see. Do it here. Oh wait, this doesn't work. Gotta go use Firefox. I don't even want to try it again. She said, "Here you go. Happy Father's Day to all the dads. Have a great day tomorrow." Well, thank you. You too. All right. I'm just trying to get out to the live stream using Firefox. And there we go. Hey, thanks, Sandy Shirley. Yeah, we're, on this. Come on! Jesus. There we go. Hey, thanks, Sandy Shirley. Yeah, on this live stream, we're only at about 50% of a goal, but I'm combining the previous show, and I'm, hopefully, we'll just see how it goes the rest of it. Yep, it's coming up. Yeah, happy Father's Day to all the awesome dads out there. You guys are awesome. Yeah, so that the Hoffman's house is right here. So let's go back, and I'm going to keep listening to that.
But I'll let you pick it up. Lawmaker, a chief of the Human Services in the state. I mean, someone who is kind of, as you referred to, Amy, kind of a VIP. Word quickly goes out to law enforcement far and wide of the situation, and from there, Brooklyn Park Police started to assist. But I'll let you pick it up from there. But basically, a sergeant in Brooklyn Park said, "Hey, we need to go check on the folks living in our community."
And that is such a pivotal moment in the course of.
Isn't that amazing? That that guy should be immediately moved up to being a detective. For just an officer to have, that's somebody that has like really good intuition. To just the Hoffmans, they're senators. Just one guy though. For him to go, you know what? I'm gonna go check the senators or people that work in the government in my area, and then he stumbles upon the killer killing over there. I mean, other than that, you wouldn't know who this guy was right now, just because of his own intuition.
What has transpired today, because it was that sergeant from Brooklyn Park who was helping to respond to that first incident in Champlin, who had the inherent just intuition to say,
yeah, there you go.
wait a second, we know that Representative Melissa Hortman lives nearby in their district in Brooklyn Park. We better go check. And it was at that point that they sent officers proactively to the home of Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark. And
it's only about 7 miles apart, just to give people an idea of the distance that
pretty
we're talking.
close. Different districts, but within that radius. So a short time later, their officers from Brooklyn Park arrive at that home. They see a vehicle in the driveway that looks like a police vehicle. Lights are flashing, and they see someone, suspect, at the door. And there's an exchange of gunfire. And the suspect fled out the back of that house, but in his wake are Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, who were killed in their home, shot to death in their home.
Goes back out the back door.
So the suspect, they believe, has fled on foot at this point. They set up a 3-mile perimeter around the golf course, which is where they live near the Edinburgh golf course. Right now, that is one of the, probably it is the most important part of this story as we're following the active piece of this, which is folks living in that area. Thousands of people just need to be aware that there is this shelter in place right now, and that police believe that the suspect may be in that area still, since he was only able to flee on foot.
And maybe we want to show that alert to people, just again to drive home the severity of, if you know someone in that area and you're, haven't tuned in until now, there you go.
Thanks,
that is from the Brooklyn Park Police Department that they put out. It's been several hours now, but they just said within the last few minutes that the manhunt continues. The shelter in place stays in effect. So you can see there the 3-mile radius of specifically the Edinburgh golf course. They're looking for the suspect in multiple targeted shootings. We now know, since this was first crafted, that those are lawmakers. Armed and dangerous. Suspect is a white male, brown hair, wearing black body armor over a blue shirt and blue pants, and maybe representing himself as law enforcement.
Yeah, I know that. I feel like he was like a hard right-wing nut job.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Yardena.
I wonder where those missiles are coming from.
Bet Yosef.
I guess
Neve Or.
Whole bunch coming in again, I guess. All right, what are you saying? Yeah, Tucker Carlson is saying Belter was a conservative who voted for President Trump and was strongly against abortion rights, but I'll send you the article. But what? Yeah. So that's what I was thinking. All of his people that he's attacking are Democrats, and he's I already said it earlier in the show, that he's anti-abortion, etc., and that's usually like, a right-wing, hard right, not, like, not that saying being against abortion is, but you know what I'm saying. Like somebody that's actually going to kill somebody. That's what I was thinking, except, you have the Tim Walz appointment thing, which is kind of throws a curveball into it, but sounds like it was just kind of, just thrown in the mix with a bunch of people. I don't have any. Oh, is that you? Hey, Derek, are you the Toller guy, or? No, he didn't shoot through the door. Yeah. I don't know. Did you send me it? I didn't get anything from you, Derek. Have you been lurking? Yeah. Well, let's, if you guys, anybody's out there want to help support the channel, that'd be great. This show here isn't doing that great, but combined with the 3 hours earlier, we just barely snuck by on a total, but it'd be great to do better today. All right, let's see. I don't have anything. Ah, jeez. Oh, she has the body camera? Okay. Hold on. Thanks, Amy. I'll reach out and see if I can get a copy of that. All right. This I want to. Well, first, before we do that, I want to keep listening to the thing that we were listening to.
So this was actually, now that I'm reading the bottom of this, this is actually the very first alert that went out. But then the second alert that went out, maybe, I don't know, an hour later or so, it actually did take a step further, saying not only do not approach someone if you don't know who they are, but do not answer your door unless
Derek, you too. I don't know if you're a father,
officers approach together. So if we could update that graphic for the next time, that there's actually another update that came. Don't open your door, call 911 to verify officer identity first if someone does approach your door, because it sounds like, from what they've been describing, not only did the SUV parked in front of Representative Hortman.
Yeah, but I know, but he's already changed his clothing and everything. I don't know. It's just, he doesn't have the SUV anymore. He must still have the police clothing, though.
Hortman's home look like a police vehicle, but the person they encountered in the front doorway, on the doorstep, was wearing vest, taser, gear that looks
even
like
a badge resembled,
impersonating a police officer. So all the more reason not only the people in that 3 mile area or even beyond need to be very, very careful, but also law enforcement working to identify
hostile aircraft intrusion.
who they're looking
Taibe
for
Gilboa,
and who's,
Moledet.
on the true law enforcement side.
Yeah, and we didn't have a chance to learn much about that, the interaction at the door at Melissa Hortman's home. Only law enforcement saying, again, when they pulled up, there was the vehicle in the driveway that looked like a police vehicle. The lights were flashing, and that person was at the front. We also learned in that scenario that just a short time ago, law enforcement letting us know that they are asking people not to attend
they think that
the No Kings protests
they're killing
today,
somebody to stop the killing
in
of
any
babies.
of the cities that it's happening in, out of an abundance of caution, because
that's what they think in their head.
And here we go. This is actually Governor Wall saying, out of an abundance of caution, my Department of Public Safety is recommending that people do not attend any political rallies today in Minnesota until the suspect is apprehended. So again, maybe just not No Kings, but if there was anything going on today, just sort of a very unpredictable situation right now. But we bring this up because, and law enforcement made this call. They showed us, and I don't know if we have this shot, Ryan, of what was in the car, but in the vehicle that was in the driveway at Representative Hortman's home,
hostile aircraft intrusion.
Gesher. Very largely said No Kings on many of those sheets of paper. And while there's been no direct threat to any of those, here we go, this is it. So this is what was found in the suspect vehicle. No direct threats to any of these protests that law enforcement is aware of, that they're sharing with us, but out of caution today. This is what they're asking folks, is do not attend any political rallies here.
Are they doing well out there, kicking ass in
Minnesota,
the world?
Today, until the suspect is apprehended.
And enough to get their attention to share that with us and get people's attention that they need to use their resources toward finding the person responsible and the manhunt.
As far as also, and sorry, let me backtrack just a little bit, talking a little bit about the scene in Brooklyn Park. One of the just most unnerving parts of this clearly is that the suspect was dressed and trying to impersonate a law enforcement officer, you know, exploiting that trust. But they indicated that this person did knock on the door. So again, this is about 3-ish in the morning this morning. Knocked on the door. The car is in the driveway with the lights flashing, and we don't know anything else beyond, you know, who answered the door. We don't know what kind, if anyone did, or if, you know, we don't know any of those details, but we do know that both Melissa Hortman and her husband's bodies were found in the home, and the suspect, they believe, fled out the back door.
Except she's conflating the two, which is easy to do. I've done it. Hortman isn't where the surveillance footage is from. It's from the Hoffman house.
So that's just the very little that we know about the actual crime scene in the Brooklyn Park home.
They did also add that they encountered the body of Mark first in the home, and were able to pull him out to, you know, try to help him, but that he died there in the scene, and then presumably after that they were able to go in further.
I believe they used a drone, if I remember right. They said they may have used some sort of a drone to detect where. You know, if there's any other victims, and that's where they found Representative Hortman.
Dude, crazy. All right, so this is the one that you wanted me to check out, Derek, right here. All right, kicking ass, taking names. All right. Manhunt underway after Minnesota Democratic House leader killed in politically motivated attack. Is this where it is, or where is this in here? Are you sure this is the right one? It doesn't say the word Tucker in here. Yeah, we knew about the manifesto, yeah. But where's the part that you wanted me to read regarding what you were talking about up above? You said, Tucker said he was this kind of person, and then you said but, and then you go, well, I'll send you the link. I guess it does say Carlson right there. That's David. Somebody named David Carlson, not Tucker. Often stayed in their rented home with a friend, David Carlson. Carlson, 59, spoke with reporters Saturday night in front of his home after returning from the lumber store to buy plywood for the windows, which had been busted open by a SWAT team earlier in the day. Kafar Menachem.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Gazit. Ramat Tzvi. Kfar Mesar.
Let me see if I can do it. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Was that a pretty good imitation? I think it sucked. Let's see. Carlson said Belter was a conservative who voted for President Donald Trump and was strongly against abortion rights, but he said Belter never mentioned any particular issue with the lawmakers who were shot, and said aircraft intrusion.
Naura. Tamra Gilboa. Endor.
But he said Belter never mentioned any particular issue with the lawmakers who were shot, and said he was stunned to learn that he is a suspect in the attacks. It wasn't the thing that defined him, he said. I mean, wasn't his total existence. He would talk about other things. Carlson and Belter was having financial problems and struggling with finding work. Carlson said that about Belter.
Alone, Hatavor Industrial Zone.
He was looking around, but maybe things didn't work out, and he just gave up and decided to go out in the blaze of glory, he said. I have no idea what he was thinking. The shooter's still in the house, read the dispatch audio between responders following Minnesota's shooting. See, this is the wrong... Oh, well, that's interesting. See, that's the Hoffman's house. I don't know if you guys can see that, but hold on. Maybe Toller Chad's email was right. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, look at this. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, and that's right. And then 1, 2, 3. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 shots at that front door. So he may have actually hit both of them without actually even entering the door. They showed up to the door and said, "Hey, is anybody who's there?" And then he just started firing and ended up hitting both of them. But I don't know. He did shoot over here where it looks like maybe he's trying to go for the lock to get in. But that's pretty interesting right there. I didn't even notice that earlier. Interesting, interesting. So that means somebody's right at the door, and look at, they were hitting the abdomen. Remember that? That's about exactly where that would be. Wow, that's crazy. And yet again, nobody's commenting in the chat, as if they're completely just devoid of, oh wow, that's interesting. Anybody there? Hello, hello, anybody? Maybe you guys are on like 45, 50-second delay or something. Kit Kat, wow, I haven't seen you in a million years. How you doing? Did anybody see what we just went through? The bullet holes in the door? It's so bizarre when there isn't one comment on the interesting elements. Okay, there you go. There's a couple now. Okay, that's nuts. Insanity, pure evil. Okay, very. But yeah, it looks like he shot, maybe not there, but 1, 2, 3. There's 2 holes right there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 shots right at that front door. That doesn't seem to be mentioned anywhere. You thought I'd like what? Let's see. We see the bullet holes in the door. He's insane. Yeah, I know. I'm showing it to you though. We hadn't seen it before. What kind of gun was it? I don't know. Yeah, this is a different article. No, I guess it's the same one with Carlson. But this is the article below it. It just so happens that you can see the door. Just got here a few minutes ago, catching up on some stuff. The door is interesting. I don't realize it happening that way. I thought someone opened. That's what I thought. It might have. Somebody may have opened it after. I don't think you would open it though after someone shooting though, right? And maybe you heard. It could have been like this. Let me just say this: who gets up in the middle of the night to answer a door? And if you're a married couple, the guy does, right? So he goes to the door normally, right? So he goes to the door and he says, "Who is it?" He knows his target's at the door because he knows it's John Hoffman. And the wife just happened to be trailing behind. And when he was firing through the door, it hit him and her. And he didn't even see anything. But maybe over at the other house, over at Melissa's house, they actually opened the door and he was able to go in and do what he did. Right, but if you guys are out there and you're able to help support the channel, I would really appreciate it. Been a little bit of a struggle here the last few days, trying to get to a number where it's we can give at the end of the month way more. We're at a point now where it's just struggling to get there. Hopefully we get some you know, cases that people want to watch my channel on. I don't know, but let's see. Top feeds. There now, Minnesota's not even anywhere near there, but I want to go to the. Now that we see these times in here, maybe we can go back. Yeah, it was a good article, but you didn't mention the bullet holes in the door. Oh yeah, what county is that again? Ramsey. And then it's the Minneapolis Police, St. Paul, Ramsey, there it is. And that's today, and I'm pretty sure that these times, all archives are the feed's local broadcast time. Okay, there you go. So if we go to, what time is this? 2:08 is one of them. So that should be this one, or actually this one here.
Please.
Asking for 2662 Tango.
I believe it's 265 Tango. Tango.
This is 144 to 214. Let's see if it's working now. From earlier it wasn't. No. Yeah, Kit Kat, I haven't seen you for like 1,000 years. Yeah, it's good to see you here. This wants me to install an update. Nothing worse. When someone knocks on my door late at night, I sneak up to it and look. Yeah, that's what I always did too. I peek out, especially when it's a weird time and you're not expecting anybody. You kind of look out the side, like through the little, like sometimes I go to the kitchen and sort of look through the side. We also have cameras, so you know. Yeah, it was on when he was over at the Hoffman's house. The light was on. Hey, thanks, Michelle or Michael. I appreciate that. Sorry, Michelle. Jesus, my brain. Thanks for all you do. Give us listeners a 30-second rundown of what happened today. I missed it, and I'm trying to catch up. Also, they make video camera doorbells for a reason. Did he not have one? He might have had one. Jesus. I can't stand this stuff when it just, you know, it just work.
Please.
Let's see. Yeah, so the 30-second rundown is this. Let me get set up to do the rundown. So a guy named Vance, my God, I just suck with names. So it's Michael, not Michelle. Vance Belter, all right. He at shit. I don't want to lose. I was trying to do something at 2:08 in the morning. The Hoffmans over here. That's when they responded to shooting here, and both the Hoffmans were shot. We just saw 10 bullet holes in the door, and the guy that was at their door looked like a just absolute crazy nut job. Well, this is Belter right here. He's actually was somebody that was, you know, in politics a little bit, you know, pro-life person. He wrote a manifesto for this incident, and that's just kind of a picture from today what he looked like. But the let's see. I'm not sure why the pictures aren't popping up like they did earlier. Yeah, this image right here is what he looked like. Look how creepy that is, Michael. Check that out. So he's got a mask on, and once I saw the mask, I just looked up silicone masks on Google, and I think this is the one he's wearing right here because it's got the goatee, and you can kind of see the goatee right there, especially in this one you can see it. Then on this one you can see the wrinkles, and specifically on this side of his head he's got that one wrinkle, and then there's one there, and then a couple, then it goes down like that, and it looks like he's wearing, and this is a guy from Breaking Bad, I guess. Alright, so that's what I came up with. Other people might come up with the same thing. So anyways, he's wearing that, and this is the door that has all the bullet holes in it. So maybe when somebody came to the door, see the flashlight he probably put through the, if there's a peephole, when they showed up, hey, yeah, you know, and once he was at the door, he probably pulled out this gun that's right there and shot who's ever inside. They have that all on video. Every single bit of that's on video. Now, did he ever make it inside the house? We don't know. But after that, he leaves this house right here, and he goes over to the Hortman's house. And both of these, and Hoffman's house, he's a senator, a state senator. And so is Melissa Hortman. They're both Democratic state senators. She's the speaker level, like she's high, the highest ranking member. Then randomly, so he goes over here, and randomly a police officer who's heard of the first shooting goes, you know what, we better check on other politicians. So he drives over to the Hortman's house, and when he gets over here, he pulls up, and hold on. This vehicle right here, a 2015 Ford Explorer that's used by the police forces often, is already in the driveway of the house when the cop shows up, and it looks just like a police vehicle. It has the lights, everything, and he's parked right here in the driveway, right there. And the other cop car pulls up, and there's somebody at the door, and they turn around and they start firing, and it looks like a cop, and he's firing at the officer over here. And then he goes inside the house, and then apparently inside he had killed both the Hortman, the politician, senator female, Melissa, and her husband, and then he leaves the back here and escaped. And then after he escaped, I guess there's apparently pictures where he looks like that. He looks like, let's see, I've got another one. Looks like this right here, walking around. And then there's another one where he's got a blue shirt. And they haven't found him yet. So there you go. There's your 30-second rundown. Wasn't that super chat worthy, you guys? Well, I thought so. Right, now what the hell was I doing? Oh yeah, I was doing Broadcastify. Let's see. Setup was unable to automatically close all applications. Okay, cancel installation. Go up here. I just want to open that. Is it over here? Where the hell is it? I guess it was. Look at that. We say howdy here. Said yes, it was. Okay, here's a 10-second one. A psycho wearing a mask shot 2 senators. An officer found one of them at the house. And then he runs out the back door. I can't do it, man. I can't do it in 10 seconds, I don't think. Let me see if I can do it. I think I can do it. Let's try it one more time. He went inside the house and he turned around and he found it out. Then he went out the back door and he shot another person and he went out the back. Then he was got outside and he went out the back door and ran away. He hasn't been caught yet. Oh! Boom! There we go. Nailed it. You think it was before it? So how was it light outside? I guess it's possible he was wearing that before. They said it was from the morning though, and it's not light outside. So how did you get those pictures? I don't know if it says anywhere out there. You know, I don't think there's anywhere out there that actually say. Come on, where are the super chats for that 10-second rendition? It was amazing, you guys. It's just unreal. I mean, you get another channel that just goes, breaking news, everybody! When a squirrel runs across the street, and my God, the super chats fly in like it's the last, you know. And here I am, literally showing, like, real stuff, you know. What apartment, Gulliver Bear? It was surveillance from the apartment. What does that even mean, man? Ah, God, I can't stand people who come in and they just type sentences where they expect everybody, yes, it's surveillance from the apartment. What apartment? What the hell are you talking about? Let's see. Yeah, so it could be before. His apartment with the roommates. Where's that? We know that he had a house being searched over here. Right over here. Way over there. So isn't this where he lived? Or did he live in town somewhere? We don't know. His apartments with the roommates. Oh, man. Who said he lived in an apartment? I thought it just said he had roommates. What do you mean? Read the license plate, it says police. I don't know what you're talking about. There's his roommate right there, though. I don't know where this apartment is. If you can tell me where this apartment is, we could look it up. Yeah, we know that he texted a roommate. Gulliver Bear. We know that. We know that part. Do you know what the name of the apartment is? Because they did search that other house all the way down there. I don't know if he lived there too or why they were there, but he does have that listed as one of his houses. Yeah, I've seen the one where it was being towed. That's where I got this still frame of it. That's where I got this shot from right here. As it was coming down the street and then it drove by. That one. I guess I could play it if other people haven't seen it yet. What do you mean, yikes? What happened, MM? What happened? The apartment address is all over the internet. Give me a break. Oh, I haven't seen this one where it's going down the highway. No, I haven't seen that. I saw the one when it drove by. That's where I got the still. But look how it even still has the lights inside. Like, you know, the lights that go like that. I don't see the license plate that says police on it. I actually see a number, like P something 63 or something. See that? Oh, his roommate. That's not very nice, Eminem. Looks like the dad of Thomas Crooks. They go to the same gym. Can you tell me how 57-year-old, 6'1", 220-pound guy shoot a police and get away out of a residential neighborhood on foot? Well, because he didn't look the same. They didn't know who he was. That's how he did it. He left the house looking like a cop, but he had a whole... Well, let me just ask you this. Let me ask you this. So if you want to know the question of that, see this person right here? This is what the cops saw. Now, if you saw that, and then you see a guy wearing, maybe the other image that we saw with the blue shirt on, but if you saw a guy that looked more like this walking down the street, you probably wouldn't say anything. But there was that one in a video of him wearing a blue shirt. Maybe that was after the fact. Does anybody have the link to where all the photographs are that they've put out there? Does the FBI have them all on their site? Anyways, I just gave you the answer to the question. He doesn't look like him at all. Yeah. Well, his dad, Ron, you know, I was like, they went to the same one. Yeah, well, it's a fake cop car, but it looks exactly like a cop car. It's the same type of car that they use, which he owns himself. He actually owns a 2015 Ford, Jesus, man, every second, Ford Explorer. And then this door has 10 bullet holes in the front. That's the first place, the Hoffman's residence. 4830 what? Oh yeah, you know, that's weird, because that's where that one video where I was trying to get you that still frame. This one right here. Hold on a second. I think it was in... God, where are they? People, these images. Oh, there, this one right here. So is this the house that was rented right there? 4830. Right? This is the one. I was trying to figure out where this was. And there was a big police presence right here, right there. Well, the hell, where did it go? Oh, right there. So it was big police
Alarm.
presence right
Ixal.
there.
Nafhagalo.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Nazareth. Reine. Ixal.
Nafhagalo.
Oh, maybe, okay, hold on. 4830. No. Nah, it's close to here, though, I think. $48.30 Fremont. That's the one I was on, but I didn't have the actual. Oh, there it is, right there. Okay, so it was really close to where I had that pin. It was just up the street a little bit, I guess. Let's see. And it was hard to tell with the snow and everything. Yeah, that doesn't really look like that picture, you know?
Yafia. Kfar HaChoresh.
Yeah, that's not the right house. That's not that one. Yeah, that's not it. Is there another side of the street that it could be on? Or? Yeah, that's not the house right there. That 4830 Fremont's not it. It's really close to where that pin is, but it doesn't match that.
מגדל העמק. עילוט.
Okay, well, what
Alarm.
names?
יפיע. Nazareth. כפר החורש.
See, 48, 30. But when you go to 4830, just kind of look at the image there. See the little shutters, the way the building has the
Hostile
triangle
aircraft
and
intrusion. גבעת אלה. תמרת. ציפורי.
Oh wait, maybe it's this one right here. Hold on. Oh, it's south 4830. Hold on. Well, so is that one and north?
שמשית.
Oh wait. Okay, now let's go to this one. Jeez, is that the one way over here? Holy
זרזיר.
crap. So they have the wrong Fremont Street. There it is. Boom. Okay. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's just 48030 North Fremont. The other one was south. And that one was near where it looked like the SWAT activity was. But I don't think it was. Okay, so this is 4830 rental with roommates. Vance. Okay. That's stupid. Vance rental property. Or not rental property.
נהלל. הסוללים.
And it's 4830 Fremont Avenue North.
חג'ג'רה.
Because there's two, believe it or not, you guys, there's two 4830s Fremont Street. You just have to have the north or south. I mean, my God, you know, have a little different number for God's sakes. Anyways, let's go down there and look at that. That looks like that's going to be it, 100%. And why did we need to do this though? Like, what was the point? I don't even remember what the reason why you needed to. Let's go look at where this is though. Now this should be much closer to the other people. Yeah, see, this is where he could have got to this house not too long after escaping here. As a matter of fact, let's see, this is 3 miles, so that's probably only another 2.5 to get to there. But yeah, you'd think seeing this huge guy walking around all the way home. Well, thanks for getting us on the right track there. Wearing a cowboy hat is from surveillance camera. Oh yeah, that's the one. Camera at the Minneapolis home. Well, couldn't that have been him there later in the morning though? Because how come it's light outside? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, couldn't he have made it back to his house in the 4 hours? I mean, he got out of this area and he makes it back to his house at, like, let's say 7 in the morning or so. Now let's take a look. Let's take a look. Okay, well, that picture doesn't look like anything at his house. There's nothing that looks like that there. This one. See? There's nothing in that picture that looks like that's from his house. With the cement slabs that look really new. Like, that looks like a business right there. Cop cars at auctions, dirt cheap. Alright guys, we're having one of those massive lulls. And doesn't that look like that's in the daytime, everybody? Like, everybody, when you look at that picture, I don't even, if you want to say, oh, it's a really lit area, that's kind of getting ludicrous at that point. That looks like that's in the daytime outside. So if that picture is taken, then it has to be after, because the shootings and the killings were all at 2 and 3 in the morning. Stuff like that. The heck? I don't want that one. I'm trying to get Audacity downloaded again. It's crazy. Now it has you sign in and everything. And what the hell? Download Audacity application. Thank you for downloading Audacity. You can now complete. I don't want the cloud though. This is getting crazy. Man. Oh, I guess it just downloaded without me knowing. Alright, well there you go. I'm just gonna install it, see what happens. Alright, there we go. I know exactly when it is. It's daytime, yeah. It's after the killings, yep. That's why when people say it's before, that doesn't make sense. Set up, preparing to install. The following applications are using Crash Pad Handler. Yeah. Alright, I gotta do one of those Control-Alt-Deletes with, cancel that. And then find anywhere where Audacity is in this. Yeah, there it is. In that task. Now let's try to install it. Video of him doing what? Yeah, there you go. That time it worked. All right. Complete your Audacity cloud stuff. I don't want to. For the great show last night and Gray's clean shave. Yeah, there you go. How did you know I shaved today? How can you tell from back there? How can you tell if I shaved or not? That was a good show. But wasn't that amazing at the end? Like all that information that we got in there. And I loved how ChatGPT was, you know, recognizing the same hypocrisy that I've noticed for years, but nobody seems to ever talk about. I recommend everybody listen to the last hour of last night's show. That was pretty cool. If you want to know what all the issues are, etc., that's it. I mean, it's not like every single detail, but alright, let's try this again. Download. Scanner. Save. This is the 144 to 214. Alright, now does it work? Ah, it still has that stupid... You know what's weird about it though, when you play it here, you know what I might have to do if I open up,
Please.
see, like it plays here, it just won't go into Audacity for some reason. It's ridiculous. However, I might be able to, I got so many things open right now though, it's getting pretty crazy. I did shave. I did shave just before the show. I thought maybe people will send super chats if I shaved. And look, I got one. That was amazing. Actually, I just shaved because it looked like I needed to have one. Oh, you're on the big screen, huh? Or I am. The info on wife was just posted on Channel 5. What about him? Hurt. I mean, it doesn't do me a good when you just tell me something. Send me an email and say, hey Gray, I sent you an email, then we can look at it. Like just telling me, wow, and it's like, oh, what do you want me to do with that? Spend 20 minutes looking on a website for it, or... Oh, interesting. Alright, here we go. Let's take a look at that. Oh, is he just trying to get into that car there, or what? There was somebody said there was somebody that broke into a, like hammered into a vehicle. Wow, look, there's birds in that video too. Oh, he does. There he is. He's hammering into the door. So that was when that was, huh? And he was trying to, what, drive away in a car? What was the point of that? Hey, thanks, Mike Weber. What the hell's he doing over there? That's crazy. Was there another one? Oh. Try to get Zozo off of there. She probably didn't want to be on the screen. Come on. How do I want it to full. There it is, this one. Alright. Let's go back to here. That almost looks like it's the same kind of vehicle that he owns. Does anybody know where this address is? I heard an interview with some guy that said that it looked like he was breaking in a vehicle, but I don't know what he's trying to accomplish. Wouldn't the alarm go off on a car like that? Maybe that's his own vehicle, and he's getting specific items out of it because he probably left his keys in the vehicle, and he doesn't have those anymore. Maybe something like that. I don't know. I didn't see it read police. I saw numbers on the front, Mike, just a few minutes ago. This one right here doesn't look like that. I mean, he's wearing that clothing, obviously. Look, I mean, that's him. Weird. What are you saying, Missy? Try to explain that better. Maybe it's something. Hey, welcome, Dixie Hippie. See, look how the audio worked in here, but it did not work in Audacity. So let's see what's happening in here.
Negative.
Negative.
Are going to be any essential safety?
I'll be cleared from the transfer. Thank you for it. And do you know if the dentist is still in your purple left?
Have you quick for it one?
Charlie 1.
Charlie 1.
The most recent caller believes that he went to his apartment 35.
Destination is number 212. Number 212, any track, 11 Echo.
Time delay 35. Broadway, 212, thank you.
Jesus, you
There,
guys,
needs to do.
say something intelligible, alright?
We'll be over.
There's a lot of stuff going on here.
27.
Towards 7. Squads 1, 2, 3, 5.
Yeah, we already have the apartment. We already got it a long time ago. Thanks, though.
Three six medic. Now, conscious.
Oh. Starting medical.
Wow, sending medical. I heard that.
0934. Will be subject to my call. 312 is 6. 09.
Everyone's saying.
Info.
Copy. Let him know he's on the bus.
Copy. Do we know if he was stabbed for?
He's got a bunch of stuff.
Copy. No Nefarious 1.
Can you start another 920 on that? 21.
Copy. Mac.
920.
920.
National Avenue vehicle.
Copy.
I'm on hang up on Highway 90. And there's been a crash in 64. There's an open line on.
Ah, where's the article I was just looking
Dakota
at?
County, St. Paul, anybody available? 600 10th Avenue. 54 0.
I had the time in it.
Tango, go ahead.
Ah.
Hey, Farman, you want to let
Be possible right in 152. What?
I'm getting Charles Union, so 4.
Copy. County Echo level 4.
Okay, 150.
1. 319, get possible mail so vehicle here.
Having waiting to hear what wanted for. 80. Copy. And 3, possibly return.
97, we're
Continuing check.
10123, 126, until we hear more from
Copy 123, 126, start in AOA.
Copy. One call, I'll start that. There, AOA.
Block of sec.
See? That's what happens when you don't get to do what you wanted to go do. I don't have the time now.
Let's talk in a vehicle off the road.
Number sign
Calling it.
cancel this halfway.
Copy, have they cleared in?
First AOA in for family on ME.
You guys need to
319. Officers going to put the burner.
319. Anyway, complaint from others.
Checking status on Reck.
I can probably cancel.
Copy. Unfilled shortly.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Right there. Ah.
Thank you.
10 to 1056. 312.
94. 73. 70 is 94.
Could you end, please?
Alright, let me move it to here.
Here you go. Make sure.
Okay, so the times were... Let's take a look at this. So this is from 1:44 to 2:14. Alright, so that means this timeline here, if you break it up into 30 minutes. So let's go back to the article, and the article says that at 2 o'clock, but remember there was an exact time on the last one I looked at. It was like 2:04. So that would make it, if you were just using proportions, it would be kind of like right where I am now here. Let's see. Either there or right over here.
Copy on 8th Street. So a male and a female in the courtyard and a female sub.
7-9.
Copy continuing. Can you just confirm medics needed for that assault or still staging? I think 202.
I guess it's possible it's a different.
3934. At himself. Did you copy?
Subject is location. This one's report.
3934 is up.
Okay, so then it might be right in here.
Copy picked up the please be advised 75 knocks. And they were advised to 208.
DOA. We'll take
DOA, they said.
210 for the assist at District 4. Is this them?
164. Be clear. 2166.
Thank you. Okay. Put it as 551 left and parked outside this occupied sedan. Unknown.
Can you laugh? Thank you. 2164.
Have it. That's clear.
166. Copy.
Okay, one last shot here.
528. Interrupt for the slamming door.
525.
At 2407 North McCarran's. No sign.
319.
Fire reverse. As you did. Fire reverse. As you did.
I don't know, I don't hear it.
78. This is the Wild Place Cam. That's in Wakefield. Was westbound Hudson. I think you're too.
I don't hear it.
Fair night. East Squad 78. This is the Wild Place Cam. That's in Wakefield. Was westbound Hudson. I think you're 211. She's in the TC kind of talking to a passerby and saying that every possibly an apartment for male and banging around.
I don't know. That doesn't seem to be in this feed anyways. That's what everybody was listening to though. Maybe it was on a different one. I don't want to keep listening to that. Okay, what was the next thing that we were going to do? Somebody, you sent me an email. Vance Belter wife detained for questioning after traffic stop near Onamia.
We start with Chief Political Reporter Tom Hauser, and Tom has new information from multiple law enforcement sources
listen to this.
about Belter's wife being detained today, Tom.
Yeah, I've been working the phones for several hours,
thanks, Sandy,
as you know, trying to track this down while we were all covering the manhunt here in the Twin Cities this morning. Sources tonight tell me the case was also taking a turn about 90 minutes to the north near Onamia in Mille Lacs County. Multiple law enforcement sources with direct knowledge of what happened tell 5 Eyewitness News there was a traffic stop at a convenience store near Onamia. Between 10 and 11 a.m. this morning, law enforcement made a traffic stop involving a vehicle carrying several relatives of Vance Belter, including his wife. We have talked to an eyewitness who says about a dozen law enforcement squads converged on the vehicle and remained on the scene for 2 to 3 hours. We are also told by several of our sources the vehicle contained a weapon, ammunition, cash, and passports.
Oh,
now, to our knowledge, no one
heading to
in that
Canada.
group has been arrested, just detained for questioning.
They almost made it.
It's also unclear why they were stopped, whether they were being tracked, or if it was a random traffic stop. I am told briefings about this incident are ongoing yet tonight, and we will continue to track more developments.
That's crazy, right?
And again, sources say
Holy
Vance
shit.
Belter's wife is among those detained for questioning. And I did have one source very late in the evening, just before
This story
the newscast,
is
say that
this story should
she
be the
was
main
being
story that
tracked.
everybody's talking
So
about.
this was
right
not
now.
a random traffic stop.
This one's
They
if
had
you're in the
an
true
idea
crime
of where
world.
she
this
was,
one is
and they were able to track her down again.
crazy.
We're still gathering more details, and we'll have much more
Right.
coming up tomorrow.
Tom Hauser reporting.
And nobody knows where he is tonight.
No, he is still
Let's listen to that again. That's crazy.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Melissa Hortman and John Hoffman have been lawmakers for a long time.
And in a political world like this, it's easier to make enemies than friends, but
That's not what I was. This one right here.
we start with Chief Political Reporter Tom Hauser, and Tom has new information from multiple law enforcement sources about Belter's wife being detained today, Tom.
Yeah, I've been working the phones for several hours, as you know, trying to track this down while we were all covering the manhunt here in the Twin Cities this morning.
There's two convenience
Sources
stores.
tonight tell me the case was also
I bet they were at
taking
the
a
Dollar
turn
Tree.
about 90 minutes to the
Since
north
he didn't have a
near
job.
Onamia in Mille Lacs County. Multiple law enforcement sources with direct knowledge of what happened tell 5 Eyewitness News there was a traffic stop at a convenience store near Onamia. Between 10 and 11 a.m. this morning, law enforcement made a traffic stop involving a vehicle carrying several relatives of Vance Belter, including his wife. We have talked to an eyewitness who says about a dozen law enforcement squads converged on the vehicle and remained on the scene for 2 to 3 hours.
I think they're headed to Canada.
We are also told
Passports.
by several of our sources.
They had
the
passports, right? Now look at this. Canada from here is right up. Where's that line? Yeah, right there. So they were only. I mean, they were about a third of the way there already. So look at they had driven from. You know, I don't know why his wife was his wife also a roommate with these other people, or let's just say from right here to there is 77 miles. From where they are to the border, you know, it's not a straight line, so you got to add some distance, but let's just say, you know, it's 161 more miles. It's not very far at all, so about 200 miles maybe. You know, with the streets not being perfectly straight. Maybe not 200, maybe 185, 190. But there's the border right there. And they had their passports on them.
vehicle contained a weapon, ammunition, cash, and passports. Now, to our knowledge,
What else are they
no
doing?
one in that group has been arrested, just detained for questioning.
Oh, yeah.
It's also unclear
That's what they
why
always
they were
do.
stopped, whether they were being tracked or if it was a random traffic stop.
Oh yeah, that's what we always do. Whenever we have, you know, whenever our husbands shoot a bunch of people, we get cash and passports and weapons and drive up north. We do that all the time.
I am told briefings about this incident are ongoing yet tonight, and we will continue to track more developments. And again, sources say Vance Belter's wife is among those detained for questioning. And I did have one source very late in the evening, just before the newscast, say that she was being tracked. So this was not a random traffic stop. They
Wow.
had an idea of where she was,
Tracked her
and they
phone.
were able to track her down. Again, we're still
That's the FBI for you. Who knows what they're doing? Yeah, okay. Who knows what the FBI is doing? But they have the ability. That's for damn sure. Oh yeah. So here's something interesting. See right here? When I looked them up on this website that I've got, this is where Vance Betler's phone had a pin on a map. Like the Google map, you know, where it shows where you've been. Look at that. Look where that is. It's right on the same road that you'd be taking to get to here. Look at that. On 169. So it makes me want to figure out who the hell... Let's see if we can dial this in here. Whose property is this right here? And if that doesn't work, we're going to go to Google Maps. Yeah, because it's right in there. Okay. Or whatever this. Let's see what happens if we go to Google Maps. That's not what I wanted. Google Maps right there. The same spot. And then this should have an address on it. It says Zimmerman because it's in Zimmerman. How about right there? 28128 US 169. That's not in there. Darn it. God, couldn't you just be something simple? It says building. Alright, there's the address right there. Yep. Ah, man. Yes, KK. My God, where have you been all night? That's all we've been talking about. You said hello to 19 people, but you don't know what case we're... Yeah, that's exactly where the pin was, though. Right there. See? Right in that spot. I don't know who lives there, but that's interesting. You know, don't you find it interesting that his phone was right here on a pin, and then that's 169 highway, and that's exactly the same highway that the family was driving on up here, and then went over to this, probably the Dollar General store right there. But hey, good to see you anyways, KK. Glad you're following along. Were members of his family also involved? He probably did cross over into Canada. Probably planned it that way. But we've gone over it like 4 times from start to finish already. You want me to do it again, KK, for you? Anybody in here that doesn't know, or you just kind of showed up randomly, we can go over it. I can do it again, because now there's more information. Alright? So, here we go. Okay, a guy named Vance Belter. Somebody that Tim Walls had appointed. It doesn't really matter. I mean, it sounds like he's one of those radical, you know, hard, you know, just a radical person. You know, whatever side you want to call him. At some point, both the radical sides merged together in a space. But he was really anti-abortion, etc., etc., etc. Right? Who cares? Forget that part. What this guy did is he went over to John Hoffman's house right here at like 2 in the morning and went to the house. And when he went to the house, he went inside and let's see, where do I have that image? He went to the front door, and if you look at this picture right here, that's the front door of that house. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 shots. Now we don't know if he went into the house. What we do know is that he opened the door. And here is one shot. Like he's got this weird mask on his head. There's the door. See the white outline and that little handle there? That's this house right here. If we go down to Street View, take a look at it. There it is. There's the red door. And there's a little handle on it. He's at that door, and he's wearing all this crap. Look at this right here. Look at this. He's got this mask on. It's from Breaking Bad. The guy with the goatee. And here's the picture that I found when I was just looking up silicone mask, and I believe that's the exact one that he's wearing. Not the exact one, but one exactly like it that he's wearing in that surveillance footage. Alright? And it's got all the same markings on it and everything. So he shoots both of them, John Hoffman and his wife, but he doesn't kill either one of them. They're shot in the stomach and everything in critical condition. They went to surgery, and apparently they both survived surgery, but they're still, waiting, cautiously optimistic. Alright? So after that, though, the police put out a report that, hey, these politicians were shot. Or a politician. So a very intuitive police officer thought to himself, well, why don't I go check the politicians that I know in my area? So he drives over here to Melissa Hortman's house. She's also a senator, just like the other guy, a state senator. And he drives over to Melissa Hortman's house here, and he parks. Well, first of all, the psycho was there. He drove over to Hortman's house. So when the cop got there, Vance's vehicle is parked in the driveway. And when I say Vance, I'm talking about Vance Bettler, whatever the hell you say his name. He's already here in a vehicle, and the vehicle looks like this. He owns himself a 2015 Ford Explorer, okay? A Ford Explorer, and I think he made it look just like a cop car. He put all this stuff on it. This is a Ford Explorer 2015, apparently. Matches perfectly. And that's the car that was in this driveway here when another officer who had intuition to go check out the politician in his area, he drives over to Melissa Hortman's house, and the guy runs out of the house and starts firing at the cop who's out here. So he never makes it back to his vehicle that he was going to casually drive away in. So then he exits the back of the vehicle, and he's disappeared, and nobody's found him yet. Now, some other pictures have come out. There's this picture, when that was taken, we don't know. There's also, let's see. I don't even know where the hell I put it. Let's see, there's another one. Yeah, this one right here. And then we just watched a video a minute ago where he's breaking in a car window wearing the same clothing here. So this is after the homicides, this right here, for sure. And then it turns out that he was living with a roommate. Hold on. Some roommates in this apartment right here. Now, was his wife living with him? It's not really an apartment, it's a house that was being rented. Lived in there. And he's still on the run right now. And now we just found out that his wife was with a bunch of other relatives driving up in this direction, and they were pulled over at a Dollar Tree here and they had a gun, cash, and their passports with them. Alright, so that's pretty crazy, isn't it? Did you get that, KK? Or did you take off before I told you the story? Nah, he didn't own that though. I heard another article. I actually listened to an entire article where they said they didn't even start the business yet. So I listened to, it was a news article, not people on Reddit or Facebook typing in something. They said it was like a company that was just sort of the conceptual ideas were in place. But I guess even the news can be wrong. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I think it's later in the day, yeah, for sure. Is there any way to... Let's see that... let me see that video again that you sent. that Zozo sent. Well, I guess we don't know where that was taken, though. Well, you heard me. Did it make sense to you, KK? Jesus. Why don't you say, thanks, Gray? Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? My God. Yeah, it's right here. So he breaks into that car, but I don't know where this is. Let me go look at his house, where that rental house is again. Yeah, it's not there. It looks like it's maybe in an alley or something. And back here. God, I even got these wires up here. That's crazy. Does anybody know where this was? There's got to be information about that somewhere. Maybe it's in this article, I guess. Is that an article or? Yeah, it's just a video. So no, there's no other information on it. Thanks, Michelle H. I don't know. Where do you guys think that is? It's weird. Let me go on the other side of the street. So he's over. Now it would have to be this one if it was anything. Like right there. But the car in the video is right next to the house. It seemed like it would be something he was aware of. It looked like he was specifically getting something. Exclusive source says this video shows Vance Belter wearing... Right, well it is him, for sure. But where is this? See, I can't tell if that's like a steep hill. It doesn't seem like it. It seems like it's just the camera's at an angle, so it looks like that. And the side of the house is rotated. So you'd have to... Well, here, you know what we should do? Let me just record a copy of this before we lose it. Let me get rid of my ugly face off of here, and we'll... Alright, there we go. Hit the pause button, go to there, and start recording. Hit the record button. There we go. How do you know, Missy? I think it's flat too, but I think it's got a slight thing because see the side of the building there is, it should be way more at an angle than that side, but it isn't. So I'll show you what I think it is in a minute. Nobody knows what you're saying, Revised Games. I have no idea what you're talking about. I bet he's going to wear a Bozo the Clown outfit next. He's going to have these big flopping shoes, a big circular nose, etc. Can somebody get rid of that Revised Games person? Or at least time him out. They're just trying to troll with ridiculous comments that have no meaning whatsoever. Oh, there's a bird right there. Alright. Boy, look at those mods getting on top of that. Alright, still recording. Yeah, who's Lexi's staff? Who are you talking to? Oh, the super chat there. Yeah, from Australia, yeah. Thank you. Didn't I say thanks already? Thought I did. Hope you have, let's see. Have a great Arvo. Is that the word, Arvo? Go to the servo and have a great Arvo. Alright, let me stop that. I'm going to open that up. And let's go to Adobe Premiere. Go to Downloads. Let me copy that. I'm going to go back to where I put all this stuff. 14. Paste it in here. Okay, then I'm going to bring it into here. Wait, what's going on? Oh yeah. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Put this one back in there. There we go. Change existing setup. And there we go. So on here, I would rotate it. So I think the normal look would be like, see that this thing right there? It seems like that would have to be perpendicular to the ground. So I would say about like that. I mean, if you rotate it too much, it looks ridiculous, like that. You know, all of a sudden, if the ground was flat, it would look kind of like. I mean, the ground could be flat, but to make it correct, you have to make these lines, which are absolutely vertical to the earth. I mean, you know, perpendicular to the earth, would be like that. So that's what it would look like. And so he's walking up, and you can tell he's sort of walking up a little bit there. And so this is a spot where there's like 3 buildings in a row at an angle coming in. So let's see if there's anything that even remotely looks like that. I mean, it's sort of weird. Like, this is sticking out farther than that, than that, than that. So it's like 4 buildings at an angle. This doesn't even really make sense. I have no idea where that is. I thought maybe it was near where he lived, but there's no way to just quickly figure that out. Does anybody have any idea where that video was taken based online out there? Yeah, I mean, he might not even be alive right now. Are you sure, Neil? How could it be right behind? I just was there. I went right here. I went right there. That's the roommate's house. This is the alley behind the house. And, you know, there's nothing really that works back here. It doesn't work. I don't think you're right there, Neil. Sorry, man. That's their 4830. I don't know, man. I don't see anything about what you're talking about. Maybe it's looking at it at a different angle. Like that. I don't know. Let's go over here for a second. No, that's not it. No, it's not right there. I know what I mean, I don't know, man. I'm pretty good at this stuff. And the visual elements are not working. Okay? I mean, it could be right here. But then see that little thing right there that goes up? That means it's an angular roof right there. And so is that... I don't know. I mean, maybe this is the spot. I don't know. It just doesn't work, you know? And maybe, you know... I'm just saying. It's not really it. Ah, jeez. That's not a chain link fence right there. I see what you're saying, but that's a power line. And you want me to find this chain link fence. Okay. Let's see. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of them in the neighborhood. There's a chain link fence right there. And there's one there. I mean, they're all over the place. Okay, is there a parking spot right to the right of that building? I guess that would be a possibility if this right there, if that is this, but then, you know, where's this? It's not out there. And it's definitely not in the backyard. Yeah, it just doesn't really work. See the different colors, you know, the tan, and that's a different brown, like almost a black roof, or, you know, really dark brown, and that one, and there's a whole different building with a different shape right there. You can see it goes back a little bit to there. I mean, you guys have seen me do this for a million times, right? Maybe that one. Let me look at that color again. I mean, if you look at that and that looks sort of like that and that. but where's that space? There's no. It looks like there's no slats on there. It's crazy, man. I hate shit like this. Now let's just go back to at the start of the alley back here and go down and see what's happening. Maybe there was a neighbor's house that he knew about. I mean, that's 4830 right there. Maybe it was right there or something. I mean, is that possible? That it was right there and then a camera on like a building back here over that fence? But it's just higher and you got the power lines over there. Let's see. I mean, it could be something like that, I guess, but no, it's no. I know what I'm doing, Missy J. I'm just letting you know. Yeah, it's not. It's not like a different angle that's confusing. I'm not confused by angles. That's the thing. I'm not. I've been doing this for so long that it's just. I don't know if this is 100% the right spot. I mean, I see that building, but then there's this angle of a different structure right there. And then this is not in that picture, even though maybe it's down lower, like, you know, I guess if we, because this house does have a, I mean, you can get the exact look if you get the right angle, even if it's just this crazy Google Earth 3D models. I'd like to be able to find something that has that anomaly with the roof that angles up, and then there's another one right behind it. And that doesn't seem to happen. This roof here does kind of have that color, but I guess so does that one. But then both roofs next to each other have the dark look. I know you're just trying to help. It's just, you know. But I mean, I'm just saying. I'm not even certain that it's right in this area now. I thought maybe you came back There was an article that's... Let's try to find that. How about this, you guys? Why don't you guys try to find the article that mentions him breaking in a window, and then let's see if we can get that. So, jeez. Breaks window. Breaks vehicle window. Is there a way to, like, it has to have that in there? Hits car window with hammer. I heard it in an article. I literally heard an interview with somebody saying, oh yeah, and they witnessed him hitting the thing. Bettler had vehicles at home and broke out one of the... Oh, see, it does say that. Bettler, this is what I was listening to. Bettler had vehicles at the home and broke out one of the windows, but it's not clear if he left the area in one of the vehicles. Authorities say the image of him wearing a cowboy hat is from surveillance cameras at the Minneapolis home. Now let's play this.
Personal connection to either of the lawmakers who were shot, to the senator?
Like I said, he never mentioned those people at all. I don't even know who they are.
Thank you.
You know.
Good night, Stephanie. Thank you for your super chat.
This is more complicated than some right-winger go losing his mind and going off on shootings.
Well, that's not necessarily a story we're going to tell. We want to get to the truth.
It's just... Someone that just gave up, I think.
He was somebody who just gave up?
Gave up on life for some reason. But he had God, and I don't understand it. I can't... But my feelings right now, I feel rage and I'm upset with him. Putting me in this situation, selfishly.
Yeah.
I mean, look at my house and... all neighbors looking at me, and I love the guy. He's still my friend.
Yeah. Apologies, but can you describe what he conveyed in the text message?
He just said he felt.
What the hell's this guy doing?
He made some choices, and you know, he was planning some things that we didn't know about.
Is what he said.
And then that he might be dead soon, or be gone for a long time.
Yeah, but why did he put that they wouldn't know about it? Almost like, hey, they have nothing to do with it.
So that's
I don't think
when I saw that.
I don't think they did.
I checked his room. He wasn't in there, and I called the police.
What time was the text message?
There's two of them, one at 6:03 and one at 6:10.
There we go. So maybe we should put that in the notes somewhere. 6:03 and 6:10. Hey, that's like Coburger. (6:03 and 6:10 a.m.) Text. Roommates. There we go.
Please, because you understood there had been a security incident, or because you...
And don't forget to help support the channel if you'd like to tonight. It's been a long day, 6-hour day. We barely got over the goal, so You know, it'd be nice to have a little better day than just
by the
average.
nature of the text. It was very alarming.
But it was also at a character.
Yes.
As far as you can tell.
Yes.
Actually, 7 hours now. Yikes.
Did he say that goodbye to you yesterday also, or just text?
No, he just thanked me for our friendship and all that. He didn't say anything about goodbye.
Last night, though.
You know, I wish I could have saw. I woke up at 4 in the morning, you know. Maybe there's just no way, you know. That's why I'd say it was so hidden. You know, so hidden. And to be honest, when downstairs or watching the news or something, he would say change the channel or something like that. He wasn't very interested.
He was not very active in.
You know, he lost a lot of interest in things.
Yeah.
I think he just felt like he needed to make more money.
Right.
He was under pressure for that.
NCA is true crime.
And he just took it out on these lawmakers, probably. I just can't. I'm not even there where I believe he did it.
Yeah.
Must be some mistake.
Do you know if he was at a DFL event last night? Did you know about? Do you know that?
DFL event last night.
Thanks, Dixie Hippie.
No idea. I went to bed early last night.
Did you see this video?
All right, it does say he was looking at the vehicle. Hold on. It says up here. He did have vehicles at the home. So around 6 a.m., Vance Belter briefly returned to a home near 49th and Fremont. Well, that's weird. If it's at 6 a.m., why did he text you right when he was at home? I don't understand that. Near 49th and Fremont in Minneapolis, where he rented a room part-time. He texted 2 of the roommates that he had made some bad choices. He doesn't want to implicate them. And he may be dead soon. He did have a vehicle at the home and broke out one of the windows. So, I mean, apparently it's supposed to be right here. Jesus, you gotta be kidding me. It just doesn't work. That's a vehicle at the home. His house doesn't even look like that. Wait, is that it? Right there? Like this? Oh, there it is. I think that's it. Boom! Right there. That shot. Look at that. Oh, jeez, hold that. Get up there. There it is. Right there. There's the roof, the counter roof going that way, then that one, then 2 dark houses. I'm almost positive that's it. Let me just look again. So there's a roof going that way, that one, and then 2 dark roofs. And then he's parked just on the side right here. Right there. So there you go. Hey, there we go. We did it. All right. So that means there's a camera, and there's got to be a wire then out here. So I think if we go out to the street here, you know, there's probably a fence right over there. You can't really see it, but that's got to be it. It's just like this. So the surveillance camera is on this white house. So whoever said that earlier, you're probably right. Yeah, it did right when I did that rotation and went like this. I was like, oh, there's those 3 levels that I was looking at. Let's see. Yeah, so all you really see here is this. It's almost like this. Like that, right there. Right here. Here, let's take a look at that, and then that. See? And actually, if I go down further, let's go down like... There we go. like that. And there's that 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 dark roofs and a brown one. 1, 2, 2 dark roofs and a brown one. And there's the angle that goes up. That's right here. Then that one, and he's parked on the side of that building. So now we go up in the air and we put a pin right here, and that might even be, I don't know if that's his car, but car he broke window out of. So it wasn't that weird angle, it was a completely wrong angle. It was on the other side of the house. Alright, and then let's go back over here and look and see. He was parked right where this white van is, right here. And is that a camera? Right there, maybe? Could be. Could be right there, too. I don't know, filming across over that wire, but don't really know, but we did it. There we go. We nailed it. Always here for Gray. I've been here ever since Abby and Libby, but changed my name and everything. What was your name before? I've just been nuts, unless you don't want to say. But good to have you here, though. Thank you. And NCIS. Can I get a boom shakalaka? I always like when we actually get the answer. I hate, you know, it definitely didn't make sense down this alley, and I wasn't really seeing those 3 layers, but there it is. Those are the 3 layers right there. That one's slightly back of that one, not much, but a little bit, and then that one, and so it looked like that was another building there. So the camera's got to be, if that's the property line, there's probably a fence right there, or right along here even. So the camera's probably on this building right over here. This one. Filming across like that ish. So anyways, there we go, we got it. There it is, see? Breaking news! You awesome. Well, you guys, I think that's going to do it for my show tonight. Hope you guys got something out of it. I did. It was cool working through all that. We got a whole bunch of information. Thanks to everybody who was sending stuff in. That added a lot of texture to the information that we have. Interesting that his wife was driving up with other relatives, seemingly headed towards the Canadian border with passports, cash, and weapon. Pretty weird stuff there. You know, why would they do that? If they weren't involved, why would you do that? If they didn't have knowledge of it and have long discussions about it. Alright, what a long day, man. That was a long day to try to reach some kind of a goal of some sort. But anyways, thanks K-Me and Very Often the Case gifted a membership, and BW, T. Morrill, who let us all know that the FBI had images. MKM, Anne-Marie Morgan, Christy B, Eagle Stars and Stripes, Candalee Woodward Stone, 45 months. Linda Howe, 66 months. I think she's like the record. That's 5.5 years, right? American Lady, Linda Howe. And again, have a great Father's Day for all the fathers out there. And you wives, make sure to do something for your husbands who are fathers. And then Candalee Woodward Stone, Timothy Cecil, This Account, Ron Hendricks, this account, Ron Hendricks, gifted 5. Then Eminem, FSC figure skating coach, Sandy Shirley gifted 1. Then I gifted 5. Then we have this account, Derek Sherman, Michael Rolfe, We Say Howdy Here, Stephanie Sprague, Mike Weber, Dixie Hippie became a new member, then Sandy Shirley, Timothy Cecil, Michelle H, Lexi Staff, NCIS True Crime, Dixie Hippie, and NCIS True Crime again at the buzzer there. So thank you guys, really appreciate it. And we just move on forward tomorrow, and who knows what the hell tomorrow will bring. Also, we did have a let's see, we had where the hell is it? Oh yeah, Susie Clue and Lisa Valenzuela, the only 2 coffees. And then we had a PayPal from Maureen Price, which is like a coffee. So there you go. Thanks everybody. Long day, successful day. And again, who knows what tomorrow will bring. But thanks for watching. Appreciate it. And let's see what the dogs are doing really quick. Look at that guy. Is that poop there, or are those little chew toys? I don't know, but that guy, what a crazy dog. Anyways, thanks everybody. See you guys later. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. And a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4. It's a trigger.
Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is
a... I'm going to be YouTube featured when
crime
there's only 200 people watching.
Flag rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gregor's gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pop protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temple fucking check ya. I have no agenda. I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send you on a mission to reveal a true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to it.
Oh my God, Mary. Talk to you. All right, thanks everybody. See you guys later. And anyways, thank you again. Thanks everybody so much for helping, reach the goals so we can try to, and I'm trying to recover. Hopefully we got some good nights coming up in the second half of the month to get to a point where we can make a solid difference at the end of the month. I'm going to try to reach the 250,000 regardless, which is another 2,000. We only got 2,000 to go to reach 250,000 that all of us freaks through my channel and you guys all supporting and the ad revenue and all that stuff combined, that we were able to give away $250,000 in a 5.5 year period. If that isn't something to be proud of, I don't know what is. When you hear the trolls bitching about it, just give them a big F you right back. All right, thank you very much. And as I always say,